When the agent informed about the ticket booking, I rang up Madras branch on the number provided by Jathan and informed about our flight timing. I said let us go to lunch, then we will proceed to meet Mr. Naidu. We were in Mr. Naidu's office by 3:45 p.m. We informed his PA of our arrival and sat down on the sofa provided for the visitors. After informing his boss, he came over and sat beside us. He asked, "How do you know Dolly?" I said one of our friends had an encounter with her. She took him to Nashik to open a factory. When the machinery arrived and installed, they went to a bank for a loan and they put the factory as collateral. The mistake they did is instead of signing the application in their own name, they signed as my friend. Now the bank people smelled something wrong, maybe because it did not match with the ownership of the company. So, they complained to the police. They took my friend to the police station. When I went there with a lawyer, the police could not produce any evidence of his involvement. I brought him back to Bombay and went back again. I inquired with the bank and we have taken legal action against the bank for complaining about my friend instead of the owners of the company. Then when I went to Dolly, who is in charge of the factory, our friend who has taken him there helped me understand the situation and I brought her back with me to Bombay in the middle of the night, so she escaped from Dolly and Dolly went into hiding. Now their modus operandi is to set up a factory, make small payments to the machinery vendors and then take a loan on the machinery, later strip the factory of the machinery, send it back to the vendors, and disappear with the bank loan. This way they have cheated many banks in many cities. This is the first time they were stopped by the police. He had a second encounter with her when he was going on his bike to his factory and there was a robbery going on in the middle of the road. Apparently, one of the robbers had recognized him and took him to their hideout at a gunpoint. Seeing him brought by her men, they have vacated the building and went back into hiding. This was the time she was back from hiding. I think you have an idea what she has come for. He said he had no idea for what she came. I was with Mr. Naidu when she came in and my assistant told her to wait and then you have called the security and policemen. I said what a luck, if she had at least talked with you we would have known what is her new operations. Now it will only be known to the police. I have read her boss was also caught last night. He said yes, I have also read about it. Did you know she had a boss? I said we have assumed she was the boss, we never knew there was another man behind her. He looked at the time and knocked on the door and went inside. It must be some kind of code for them. The time for the person in there to complete the meeting. A man who looked every inch a politician exited the room and his PA came and told me to come. We entered the room and sat before him. He said, "So, what conclusion you have come to?" I showed him one report and said if you go to elections on your own, this is the likely outcome. And showed him another report and said if you go with this party this would be the outcome and with another party this would be the outcome. As you have indicated your intention to contest the polls with this party and if you give them these constituencies only then your chances of winning more seats for yourself will increase and they will also win at least these number of seats, showing them the reports. He asked did the reports were outcome of the data you received. I said absolutely and also, I have put my inputs into that when processing the data. I have analyzed with present scenario. If before the election something changes we can put that scenario and see what could be outcome. Looking at all the reports he said excellent work. How did you do that? I said I had created a software program. I feed the data and give some variables and process the data. It will generate these reports. From that I choose what is best for the party and again run the reports. These are the outcomes. Do you think if we go with this party our chances of winning increases? I said I am sure. We can also give them these seats in seats sharing. Where we have a lesser chance of winning, we can have ourselves have more number of seats in the assembly. He said I have to see if they will accept these seats. I said they are likely accepting them as they seem strong in those seats. I am seeing your party's weakness in those seats to give them those. He said it seems an excellent idea for seat sharing. I will discuss these with our leadership and other members of the party. I don't see why they should not accept these recommendations. Shall I reveal your name to them? I said if it's between you and me it would be better. He said what are you expecting from us for doing all this? I said I am not expecting any political favors from you, like asking you to give me a government project or something like that. I want you to give software projects from your own enterprises. like factories you own or hospitals you manage. This way it will be winning for both of us. You can increase your profitability to your operations by cutting costs. We will have our software run at multiple companies, which will be our advertisement. We will have standing space in this state. He said, I agree with you and I will check with our companies and tell them to approach you. I said Nandini will be our contact person in Hyderabad. We already have a developer working from here. He will be able to install and train your people. We have a hardware company based in Bombay, but we can deliver throughout India. He took the cards and said, I will certainly come back to you on this. I said tomorrow I will be in Madras, then I will return to Bombay. You can contact our office for further information. He said, I will certainly do that. Got up, shook our hands, and we came out of the room and thanked his PA and went back to the hospital. After sitting in the car, Nandini asked, will he give us software contracts? I said it will be win-win situation for him. He will have our continuous support in elections and he did not have to commit anything to us. It is just software projects from his companies. We reached the hospital and went and sat in the Nandini's cabin. I asked her, my work for today is finished, what are your plans? She said, now it is 6 p.m, shall we go to any movie? I said, it is up to you, I don't know about any new movies. She said, let us go to the theater and see. I said, I am game. She got up and I followed her into the parking. She took me to a theater complex. Their Bharavadweepam is playing. She asked, shall we go to this movie? I said, it is okay. I have not watched any Telugu movies recently. We took the tickets and went and sat in the theater. We watched and we came out the theater. She said, we will have dinner and go back to the flat. I said, it is okay with me. We went and had dinner and returned to Rohan's flat. I inquired her about the other flats. She said they will be ready in 2 months. These people are getting requests to complete their flats first. I said, it is okay with me. I want to have our own flat next time I visit Hyderabad. She said, I will check with them. We entered the flat and I sat down on the sofa. Nandini said she will change and come. She went into the second bedroom and changed into a negligee and came. I whistled and said, you look damn sexy in that. She asked, do you think so? I showed by sign and kissed in the air. She came and sat on my lap and kissed me and I reciprocated her kiss. We kissed with lips, tongues and some. I came down to her neck and kissed her on the neck. She arched back. I kissed on the bridge of her breasts. Then on top of her breasts. A moan escaped from her. I reached to her back and released the clasp of her bra, then lifted the bra and kissed her on the breasts one by one and then pressed on the nipples with my mouth. She got up from my lap and I stood up with her. I hugged her and kissed her. We went to the bedroom and continued our action there. I laid her on the bed and removed her negligee. Then removed her bra and sat beside her on the bed. I milked her breast and kissed her on the breast and came down to her navel. Kissing her, I moved her panties down and then removed them. I kissed her on the vagina and sat between her legs. I parted her legs and started to use my tongue on her pussy. Then I started to go up to her breasts and started to kiss each of the breasts. Then I entered her and started to move rhythmically until she is satisfied. Then I lay beside her. I put on the alarm to get up to go to the airport. Then slept. We got up and readied and we went to the airport in her car. We parked the car and went and took the boarding pass, went through the security check and sat down at the boarding gate. When the boarding started, we went and sat down on our seats. We reached Madras in 1 hour and we took an auto and reached the hotel. We went and took a room and went and sat down in our room. After half an hour, we got a call from the reception and we went down. I went to the reception, was about to give the keys. I saw the name on the dress of the receptionist, it is Latha. I asked, are you from Bombay? She said yes. How do you know? I said, so you must be knowing Sunitha. She said yes, she is my sister. I said, I am Kumar. She is a partner in our firm. She said, oh, you are Mr. Kumar. I think someone is waiting for you outside. We will speak later. I came out and the branch manager is waiting with his scooter. I said, please tell the auto person where we should go. We will come behind you. Seeing Nandini, he said, I thought you will come alone. Otherwise, I would have called our office car. I said, no problem. We will come in an auto. I know cabs will be difficult to get here. Their factory is in poorer, and he stopped at the gate and our auto stopped behind him. We got down and paid what he fixed with the driver, and we entered through the gate and he took us to the computer room. There is a developer from Catharias and he said there is an error in the software and I could not understand the problem, and Catharia is in the USA for a software order. I don't know what to do and they said they will send someone from Bombay. I asked him to show the problem. He showed the problem and I asked him to show the code. I looked at the code and the error is coming from a subroutine and that is why he could not find the error. I debugged the code and found the error and corrected it and run the program and the error went away. I said for this small thing I had to come from Hyderabad. The branch manager called me to meet their director who is in charge of the Madras branch. He asked me what is the problem. I said there is a small problem with a subroutine that caused the error. He must have thought I was from Catharia's firm. He started blasting me, how this can happen and things like that. I patiently heard him and said if your company had got the software from us, you would not have faced the problem. He was taken aback by my words. He asked your company did not supply this software. I said we are a different company and I came to Hyderabad to install the hospital software and to meet with a political party for supporting them in the coming elections. I gave him my card and said we have just supplied to Godrej with the latest updates for the new central excise system. He asked how did you update the latest central excise rules so fast? I said we have some political background and we got information about the excise rules more than a month back and we have our software ready before even it has been declared in the budget. He asked can you get us the software for us? I said if you order I can install it before the day's end. He called his brother in Bombay and confirmed to get the software. He said you give the price and you can install the software. We gave a price for their branch and he agreed as it is cheaper than the maintenance charges. I could give it at a cheaper price as we don't have to spend any more on development. My main aim is to get their order. I opened the laptop, copied the data structures and I copied the existent data to the new data. It took me 2 hours and the new software is ready for their use. I told them to test and check. They ran the program and it is compatible with the new rules. I said if they install a modem in their system, they can get the updates, or we are collaborating with the courier company for deliveries of updates if they change any rules by the government in the meanwhile. The director has handed me a check for the supply of the software and we came out and the branch manager has arranged a car for our return to the hotel. On the way, we stopped at the airport and purchased return tickets for the late night flight. After coming back to the hotel, Nandini asked why did you give the software so cheap? I said we need to have a standing point here. Also we can get their head office orders now. We went to the reception to pick up the keys. Seeing Latha as we did not get to speak with her in the morning, I struck a conversation with her. I asked her how is your husband? I think he is Shrikant, yes. I asked her why don't you visit us when visiting your parents? She said we have not been to Bombay for quite some time, we will see. I asked her so how long were you married? She said 9 years. I said wow, 9 years and children. She said 1 boy and 1 daughter. I said it's nice and indicating Nandini. I said she is Nandini, our business partner from Hyderabad. I was in Hyderabad to install software for a hospital. Then I got a call to come here on an emergency. I am thinking about sending Sunitha here for some time for setting up a branch. Can she stay at your place? She said yes, she can stay with us. I said I don't want her to stay in any hotel. That's why I am asking. She said certainly, we don't have any problem. We have a guest room where she can sleep. I said thanks. She must have cooled down with my concern for Sunitha. She said Sunitha told me you saved her from the bomb blast at the Air India building. I said I also saved myself. I had taken her to attend the disciplinary hearing. Then when we are about to enter the building, I felt some bad omens and instead of going in I took a U-turn and we hardly went 3 kilometers. We heard the bomb blast and we stopped the car and came out and looked towards the building. Black smoke was bellowing from the building. From that time, she could not get back on the job due to the files lost at the building. So, I put her as the operations director and gave her 2 divisions of marketing also. She said she is refusing to marry. She is not giving any reason. I said I also told her many times to marry someone. If you don't find someone to your liking, you should marry someone your parents fix for you. But she is struck somewhere. I don't feel comfortable marrying someone I don't know anything about, things like that. With those words, she started trusting me and started to speak freely. She told us to sit on a sofa and started to talk freely with us. She asked about our businesses and what are our future plans. Must be because I told her I will send Sunitha to Madras for opening a branch. Then about my family. Then I asked about my uncle who stays near her house. I said we have to return to Hyderabad and then to Bombay. Otherwise, I would have visited our relatives. We have lots of relatives here. We told her to prepare a bill and we will be leaving on the evening flight. She said the bill will be cleared by the branch manager. He has spoken with our manager. I said we will take some rest and then start for the airport. I said seeing you and went to our rooms. We started where we left off in the night. I don't know why we could not get enough of each other. It might be the thought that we may not meet for a long time, playing in my mind, or the thought that she may go away from me. Having spent, I rolled over from her and lay on the side. The doorbell rang and I asked her go to the bathroom, and I took a towel and splashed a little water on my face and body and went and opened the door. A room boy was standing out. I asked him what. He said, "Do you want some tea, sir?" I said yes. He brought 2 cups and a teapot and put it on the table. I said thanks and he went away. I went into the bathroom and Nandini is having a bath and I joined her. We dressed and came to the reception with our laptop bag and another handbag, signed out and said bye, seeing you to Latha. We caught a rickshaw and went to the airport to return to Hyderabad. We reached Hyderabad, picked the car from the parking and reached Rohan's flat. I asked Nandini how long is Rohan's medical conference. Nandini replied he has already returned, but he is staying with his parents for us to get some free time. I asked did he know about us. She replied yes, he could not say anything because you were my guardian angel, I knew for a long time. I could not say anything to that. I have changed and lay on the bed thinking how my life is turning this way. What I was and what I have come up to. At one time I don't have 5 rupees to spare for going with Sneha, now I am flying left, center and middle. We have 4 bungalows and big office premises and a bungalow for house. Now here we are planning for a big office downstairs and another flat side by to this flat, and a plot of land near Nandini's house. We are planning to start branches all over India. Did I ever dreamt I could do all this in my lifetime? I did not really think what I would do and had no dream jobs. Never thought to become someone rich. At one time I was pining for buying a house for Sneha, a small house, for that I did work day and night and saved like a miser. I could not give Sneha any luxuries. Forget about luxuries, I could not give her small comforts. She went away listening to Suresh and I became someone else. Forget about saving. I started to splurge the money for Sahithi's comforts and luxuries. I saved for Sneha and Sahithi was the one who could enjoy them. Sneha after returning could only enjoy for a brief period, but she must be having a feeling that she was staying in Sahithi's house. I am not clear about who is responsible for her death. Is it her grandfather who sent her money through a murderer? Or am I responsible to take her and putting her in the hotel to help them out? Or is it Sahithi, who picked a fight with her on a trivial matter? Or Sneha herself who demanded to be taken away from the house? Or is it fate who brought all these circumstances together? After changing, Nandini came and lay beside me and put her head on my hand and her hand on my chest. I turned my head towards her and she looked into my eyes and said, "I could not live without you." I said, "You have to. I am not a marrying material for you. What will your parents think?" Rahul, for the time being leave it as it is. But he will not let you spoil your future being with me. He wants you to marry a suitable groom, who is selected by your parents. Or do you want me to look for one for you? We have software and the groom's data is available from all over India. She asked, "Do you have their data?" I said I might have some outdated data, 2 to 3 days old. I had updated the data before coming here. She said, "Let us look at some grooms from your data." I said okay, I will get the laptop. I opened the application and asked her what is the main search criteria. She said it should be male. I said obviously it will be male only. Do you want to check with your caste? She said okay, check it for my father's satisfaction. I selected the caste from the list. Next, do you want some age range? She said below 30. I selected the age range 25 to 30. If he is lower than her age, we will ignore him. She said that's okay, check now. I clicked search. We went through some profiles and I said look at this, he is 29 and he is from a businessman family. How does he look? She said he may not look as his photo. We went through some more and came back to the one I showed her. I said let us check him out. Let us see what is his business address and see what he does, and what he looks like. She said let us go tomorrow and we noted down his address and number. After 10 a.m., I called the number, asked for Mr. Pratap. They said he must be at his office. I asked for his office number. I noted down the phone no and asked for the address and noted down that too. I called his office number and asked for a meeting with Mr. Pratap. The receptionist asked the reason for the appointment. I said it is for business. She consulted his diary and gave us 2 p.m. I told Nandini about the time we got an appointment. She said she will get ready for the meeting. I called our contact in courier company at Hyderabad and asked about their company. He gave some information about the company. Armed with the information, we went to his company at around 2 p.m. I went and gave my card to the receptionist and told her I have a 2 p.m. appointment. She consulted his diary and said please be seated, he is with another client. We sat down on a sofa there. We looked around the outer office. I thought if the interior decoration was given to our company, we could have done a better job. She must have rung him up. He has sent the client and we were called in. We entered and I gave my card which mentions all the businesses we run. He looked at the card and said please be seated. He asked what can I do for you? I said we are providing multiple services and matrimony is one of them. He said I am aware, it was my uncle who has registered in the company. I said we have developed the software and with collaboration with the courier company we are running the company. What is your experience with the service? He said he had not received any matches. I opened my laptop and opened his profile and looked at it. I asked him what he expects from his future wife, a housewife or working wife or businesswoman. He said businesswomen would be better and next choice would be working woman. I asked him many questions based on his profile and finally asked Nandini if you would like to ask any questions. I told him she is Nandini, she is operations manager with a hospital, she is also our head of operations for Hyderabad. She asked her questions. Then finally I asked him if she is a match for your profile, if he would like to ask any questions. He must have taken by her looks and attitude. He must be thinking if she is a match for him, it would be good. He asked her what she has studied and what else she has done and what are her hobbies, where she stays. He seemed to be impressed by her profile and asked please get me a bride like her. I asked him if she is your match, do you have any objection? He was silent for a moment and asked you not joking with me? I said no, we checked your profile and we want to know you, so we came over. We will ask her family to contact your family, if you don't have any objection. He said he don't have any objection and gave their details. I said I will take a time from them and ask them visit his family or their family can visit her family. He said I think it is customary to visit the bride's house by the groom's family. I said I will do that. I said so our personal business concludes. How about business matters? We are providing many services. Software, hardware, interior decoration services. We are planning on opening our offices here in Hyderabad. If you have any requirements, contact us. We shook hands and came out. I asked her how did it go. She said I had fun doing that. You must have seen his face when you asked him that do you have any objection if she is your match. He was speechless for a minute. I said he must be praying you to be the bride. We went over to the hospital and I went to our room and checked in with Mohan. He said there are no problems. Then I went over to Nandini's cabin and sat down and opened my laptop. I called Mr. Subba Rao and passed information about Pratap and consult them about their daughter's alliance. They were happy at last she agreed to the marriage. Next, I went to Rohan's cabin and I was informed he was in surgery. I told them to tell him Kumar came to see him. I came back and sat down and started working. Nandini came and sat on her chair. I asked her to get me a ticket to Bombay. She pleaded with me to stay for another day. I said as Rohan is back, he might wanted to come back to his flat. She said then let us go to a hotel and stay the night. I will get you a ticket for tomorrow morning. I thought as she will be married soon, she may want a final night with me. I said then book a ticket for me and show me that. She called the travel agent to book a ticket for the first flight to Bombay and deliver the ticket to her immediately. Within half an hour the ticket is in my hands. She said, "Are you happy now? Come, let us go for lunch." We went to a nearby restaurant for lunch. After coming back, I continued to work with the story. Around 3:30 she sent me tea. At 4 p.m. she came over and sat in her seat. I asked her, "Shall I go and get my bag from Rohan's flat? Then we can go and stay at a hotel near the airport." She gave me keys and said, "You can go and get them." I took the keys and went to Rohan's flat. I looked at the side flat where work is going on. It seems the tiles work completed. They are working on cupboards. I opened Rohan's flat and went and packed my things and came back to the hospital and handed her the keys. She went out. Must be to return the keys. I sat there thinking how sad she is looking as I am going back to Bombay. I have to be considerate for her sake. If I stay back she will never agree to marry. I have to keep her away for her sake. I got up and went over to Rohan's cabin. I told him how we went and checked the groom and she has agreed for her parents to go and speak with them. He said his uncle already told him about that. And thanked me for making her agree to the marriage. I said, "Now the ball is in your court. You have to make her marry per your choice. I am going back to Bombay now, my work here is completed. We will return once the office space and flat are ready." We shook hands and came back to Nandini's office. I closed the program and closed the system and packed my laptop bag ready to go to the hotel. Nandini took us to a hotel near the airport and we took a room and went to our room. When the bellboy brought my luggage, I gave him a tip and he went away. I asked her, "What will we do about the dinner?" She said, "We will go out and have it. I know a good restaurant nearby." We went to the restaurant, had some drinks and dinner and returned back to the hotel. It seems it is going to be our last night together. We spent the night appropriate for the occasion and slept off. I got up and readied and woke Nandini up. "I want to say goodbye to you." She said, "I will come with you to drop you off then go back home." I said, "Then come fast." She went and washed her face, dressed and came. We settled the bill and by car we went to the airport. She kissed me goodbye and I went inside the airport, flew back to Bombay. I picked a cab and reached home. I put the luggage in my room and went over to the office. I called Mr. Naidu's PA and told him that I am back at Bombay. He can contact me at my office number anytime. Normally that number would be transferred to home when Pauline goes home. That is one advantage of having office and home nearby. Sunitha. He was just been to Hyderabad twice and now he is planning to go to Delhi. There is an order for software. He wanted to install himself. That is not a matter of concern, but why he is taking Loveleen with him to Delhi. Last time he went with her to Hyderabad, now Delhi, next to where? He is a changed man after returning from Hyderabad. The first time he returned one kind of a person, the second time he was different. It felt like he had shed his inhibitions there in Hyderabad. He would flirt with everyone, even with Joy he would have a word. He would not care if Sahithi is present there or not. He is like he wants to impress everyone with his antics. Where he was a private person then, now he would call everyone and tell them something and would ask their opinions about the subject and would nod or say something in return. I hardly saw him previously interacting with people except for work. Now he would have a word for everyone. Earlier he would tell the watchman not to salute. Now he would wait for him to salute and have a word with him and go. Why the sudden change in him? It seems like one Kumar went to Hyderabad and another Kumar returned from there. He said he went in between to Madras and completed another order and came and he handed the check for the order. Like with Leena, one Kumar went over and another Kumar came. I have to see his interactions with me. Kumar. 1st of May 1994. I received a call from the PA of Mr. Naidu and he told me the party had a meeting and they decided to go alone in the next elections. I said give me a day, I would get the data for the scenario. Any changes in the political scenario? He said there is none. I said I will send them my observations by evening courier. I looked at the day's work. I had elevated Pauline to the post of my PA and we selected another girl to man telephones. Except for the VIP's phones, she would attend the phones and appointments. In the meantime, we got the hospital project where Nandini was following up in Bombay. We have employed 3 more developers and we sent 2 of them for the implementation of the hospital software. With the software, we also got the hardware business. Me and Loveleen with Mahira decided we have to increase our dealership for hardware to more manufacturers. We want the clients to have more choice in pricing. With the experience with marketing to the Godrej, Sunitha got confidence and she has taken 2 more salesmen for software selling. She gave them 1 week of training for selling software. Even visited their clients when they could not close the deal with them. Using her beauty and brains, she could close 2 of the deals with the new clients. With renewed confidence, she even told them to identify potential clients and she will close the deals with them. Mahira is fully busy with the shootings going on in the bungalows. There is a pending orders for the other 2 shootings with her. On the occasion of the Workers' Day, I called for a party and called the workers of the factory for the party at our office backyard. I wanted to thank them for the support they have provided to me and to Kurit. As it was a holiday, my family came to visit us to have some quality time with the kids. Now the kids miss Leena, but I told them she went back to her mom. Still, Sahithi and Sunitha keep their relationship professional and don't talk much to each other. It seems Sahithi still suspects we are having an affair. I opened laptop and fed the new parameters and processed the data. By the time the data was processed, I went out to the compound and a fag and returned. While smoking, I went to the watchman and chatted with him to know his background and to find he is trustworthy or not. It seems these watchmen are employed by a single company. They provide 2 men for day and night. They don't normally change them unless one has left, the employer can no longer work. This way the watchman knows the routine of the people who live in those houses. Another thing is they need is a familiar face when going and coming. It is slightly different with bigger societies like where Kurit stays. So, the last time I saw the changes in the watchmen, because they were not available and a substitute provided. Sometimes these substitutes continued to work. I came back, printed the report and attached my comments on them. Put them in an envelope and addressed it, handed it to Ramu to deliver it to the courier company, so it will reach them on Monday morning there. Loveleen and I are planning a trip to Madras, to look for properties to set up our branch. For the purpose of brevity, we plan to have our branches combined for the 3 of the companies. We have to put a head at each of the branches. We are thinking of having these branches under a new company for working process. Nothing is fixed yet. Using the sale of software to the Madras branch, we got the order from the Bombay branch which we completed, and for Delhi and Noida we got the order and have yet to install it. We have not thought of a branch in Delhi, but we are going to have an office there. I thought the flat we used for our operation can be used for the offices for the time being. So, with lots of success in the last month, we are having the party in the evening. As usual, Krishna is the organizer for our parties and I told him not to spare anything for the factory workers. I don't want them to complain that they are discriminated from the VIPs in serving. If you want, you can arrange it in front and back or at different timings. I left the rest to him. It is around 8 p.m. I sat on a chair with a glass in my hand and saw a drama being unfolded in front of my eyes. Nishita went to the bar to pick up a glass for her father, who is in deep discussion with the purchase manager of Godrej. My brother Ram stood a little behind her to order something. She picked the glass and turned suddenly as her palu caught on her chapal. She dropped the glass and was about to fall forward. As she turned over, Ram in front of her and he caught the glass in one hand and Nishita in another. That is a sight to watch. Maybe these kinds of things only happen in the movies. I don't know. Then the scene was caught by the film crew working in the next building in a fluke incident. They were checking Nishita's movement on the camera. Probably they were thinking of offering her a role in their picture. I put aside my glass and went over to them. It seems while catching her he must have touched her in a sensitive place. She nervously ran over to the office building. I went behind her to check if she is injured or something. She said to me, "I want to marry your brother." I said I don't know if he would like to ever marry. I heard a sound and turned, and Ram is standing at the door looking at us. He must have stunned hearing Nishita. Maybe no other girl told him those words. He came slowly towards her as if walking on coals. He came and took her hand in his hand and asked, "Will you marry me?" She said in a theatrical way, "Yes, yes, yes." The film crew came running behind Ram and filmed the whole thing, but not necessarily from a good angle. I caught both of them in each hand and brought them to Mr. Patel's side. He was looking at me while I have these two people on each of my hands. The film director started to clap from behind. Then, understanding the situation, other people started to clap. Some people clapped unknowingly. So, in between the clapping, I brought them and stood before Mr. Patel and asked, "Do you give your daughter Nishita's hand in marriage to my brother Ram?" Hearing my words, others started to shout, "Nishita, Ram, Nishita, Ram," in a dramatic manner. The film crew focused their camera on Mr. Patel. He asked, "What does your brother do?" I said, "As being my brother is not sufficient." With the background chanting, and in a cinematic way he got up and took their right hands and put one on the other hand, said, "Yes, I agree to your marriage if both of your kandali match." Nishita said, "You don't leave your kandali here also." Hearing the commotion, my parents came over. My mother asked what happened. I said, "You were asking for a long time. Now your dreams have been fulfilled. You are going to perform your son's marriage that too leisurely, not in a hurried manner like ours." My mother hugged and kissed her on the forehead and said, "At last I found a daughter-in-law." I said to the cameraman, "You have to give us a copy. I think you want to use it for reference." The director came and asked Mr. Patel, "I would like to offer your daughter a role in a movie for the hero's sister, and we want to use the same scene in our movie." I said, "It is time for breaking champagne." With the festivities all around, we concluded the day's party. The next day I called Nishita and Ram to my room. I told Nishita and Ram to work together to create a division in their interior decorating for electronics usage and to provide acoustics to improve their home theater environment. I asked her to work with Ram to think about ways to improve that part of the business. I want to provide services no other company provides. Ram said he will help Nishita with her work. I thought now they will work together, they could come close, which was lacking with Nishita and Kurat. I let them go away and asked Mom about fixing a date for marriage. If they can give a date, I will have one of the bungalows available for marriage. If for those dates any of the two bungalows are not available, we have to think about using our office and house properties for the wedding. She said they will consult with Patel about the dates. He is adamant about checking their kandali. I said, "Let him check it. It is written in their fates, so no one can change that." I went to Loveleen about installing the software at Delhi and Noida. She said she will come with me but would like to go on the train instead of a flight. I asked what about Dhruv. She said we will come back within a week, so she would like to keep him here. I said fine by me. I said I will arrange the train tickets and came back to my office. I called out the travel agent and asked him to book a first-class coupe in Rajdhani Express. I got a call that the tickets are booked for after 3 days. Later on, we received the tickets at the office. Pauline signed for them and collected them. Dhruv is mixing well with Atul and Reena and would not like to be taken away from them. He wants to go to school with them. Chitty had to take him with them to the school and bring him back. So, he would not mind staying back in Bombay. I felt after coming to live here he might be going further from Loveleen, but then it would facilitate her to return to work. I am thinking she could be sent to either Hyderabad or Madras as head of the branch. In Hyderabad, there is an office space, and in the same building, there is a 3-bedroom flat for her to stay. If Manisha and Ram together go there and look after the branch, I can also send them there. Then Sahiti would require an assistant. We have to look for more top management material candidates, who would be trustworthy candidates. Is this the problem faced by big companies? They have VPs, AVPs, then managers and staff. I have seen the courier company had VP and AVP boards outside their cabins, and they have secretaries sitting outside their cabins. I think they have gone international, so they have designations like VP and AVP. Indian companies have chairman, general manager, DI, GM, like these designations. We also have to think about future top management requirements. Once I thought, are we becoming top management heavy? It is a requirement for our company structure. We can manage with 1 or 2 members of developers in the branches. Most of the development can be done in Bombay, or in Hyderabad if we shift our development center there. If my vision is correct, Hyderabad would become one of the software hubs of India under Mr. Naidu's leadership. I hope they would win the elections. That is the reason I am ready to invest in Hyderabad. Loveleen follows the way I manage the company affairs and her finances too. She must be having trust in my judgment. Now Guru's finances must be available for her to invest. I never asked her about how much she has for investment. Now her father is the CM and he must be allowing his black money to be invested with our company. That could be another reason for her not resisting my investment advice. Even if I invest in the company's name, it will be her capital investment. If the investment fails, what would be her loss? A few thousand rupees. As we are only investing in real estate. Hyderabad is an upcoming city, it is expanding exponentially. The space is not constrained like Bombay, which is an island. Here the property values go up. But in Hyderabad, people starting to lap up properties being developed. Take for example Mr. Subba Rao. He is from Guntur and he had invested in Hyderabad in a hospital, and I think the building we brought, the office space and flat, were their development only. They may be developing many properties around Hyderabad. They must be having an idea how the city will expand. That could be the reason he was asking about who will win the next elections and how it will affect their investments. It might be working like this. They will build a complex with their own money or borrowed money. Then when they sell of the property, they will invest the money in developing another property. This should be going on like this. But our business model is quite different. We develop software for a company. Let us take hospital software. Our costs are recovered from the installation of the first hospital and we would have substantial profits from that. Then when we install at the next hospital, what would be our costs? Minimal, only a developer had to be assigned to implement the software. Then the cost would be further reduced with the developer getting more experience with installation, and time to run will decrease and no further developmental costs need to be borne by the company. Same thing will apply to the manufacturing company's software. So, with lower costs, we can maintain our branches also. In all this, who will be getting more clients? It is our kids' firm. Each place we sell our software, we would have orders for hardware. I think it is my brilliant idea to start supplying hardware also. If the last year's accounts are finalized, we can expect a good profit from the company with minimal staff. Selling is done by our firm. Only person running the company is Mahira as MD. She is happy with the designation, and even though I took her out of our selling team, she does not have anything to complain about. Now she is an MD of a company. That should be her incentive rather than I am lowering her grade, she might have thought at the beginning. Can I shift her to one of the branches and make her the head of the branch? I think I can certainly do that. About Loveleen investing in properties, let her exhaust her finances. She should say I don't have any more money to invest. Then there is Madras. The area around the airport is pretty empty. That is one part of the city that is going to be an investment opportunity. It will be the next Begumpet of Madras in the next 5 years. Then Bangalore. I heard the software is going to be the rage in the next few years there. If what I think is correct, the software industry is going to rule the country. Wherever the state government encourages setting up companies or development centers, the companies will take the opportunities there. Now Bombay is pretty crammed up with businesses. They need to go out of the city. Probably suburbs will start seeing more growth. Now the city costs are going up and I hear people start to live beyond Borivali. I heard from someone Suri's family bought a flat at Mira Road and went to live there, and that too long back. That's why I did not see him again when I went to Bacola. Now Kurat got a marriage proposal from Mira Road. Even though he had shifted from Andheri to Dadar, his father must have done some good investments to buy flats there. I don't think we need any more investment in Bombay. We better think about investments in the south. North India investments can be done, if any, only if Loveleen or her father would take care of them. The flat we were using is enough for our use there. If we ask, they may discreetly get us some orders for hospital software or factory software. I have to speak with Loveleen about that. I was thinking about why I have not connected to Loveleen physically even though I have connected to her emotionally. I think for everything there would be a time. Like with Nandini, how much I want to avoid her, I could not do that. The funny part of it was that I was transported to 1987 with her. Why did I do that? Did I have to connect then, and due to my marriage with Sneha I could not connect with her? Did Sneha save me from heartbreak then, but she herself did break my heart around that time? Has it been written in my fate that I should get a heartbreak then? Really, where is written? Some say in our foreheads, some say it is written in our hands. Some say we come down pre-written. That means our soul has the blueprint for our lives. If everything is pre-written, what is the meaning of our existence? Some say how we act in our lives has some influence on that. I think it is called karma siddhantam, the science of karma. Like if we do good deeds and it will affect our next birth. Do we need to do good karma in this life to get another life? How it is carried from birth to birth. If we are suffering means we have done some bad karma in the previous birth. Did I hurt someone in the previous birth, so I had to endure all this in this birth? I don't think so. I think I have to rethink this whole science of karma, the soul and rebirth theories. That will be for another time. After coming back from Delhi, I have to arrange for the marriage of my brother. Now I have to arrange for a better room for them at the house. I got up and went over to the house to look at the available rooms. I checked with Chitty. She is in the kitchen preparing lunch with the help of a cook. The cook must have come from Loveline's staff. I called her out. She handed her work to the cook and came out, asked, "What is it, Anna?" I said, "Now Ram and Nishita are getting married. We have to provide them a better room at our house." "What rooms are available?" She said, "I think you will have some big rooms in the first floor." I said, "Is there a connected room there?" She showed me a room. It has attached bathroom and there is a room connected through a door. I thought this room is ideal for them. I said, "When Nishita comes in the evening, show her this room and ask her will it be okay for them." She nodded her head. I asked her, "Do you need a separate room for you?" She said, "I don't need a separate room now, as Lena went away and I am staying with Reena. When Reena asks for separate room, then I will think about it." I said, "By the time you will be married." She looked at the floor with shyness. I said, "Don't be shy in front of your brother. If you have anyone in mind, tell me." She kept her gaze on the floor and said, "No one, Anna." I said, "Carry on your work," and went to the library on the same floor. I got a taste of what is in her mind in the evening when Ramu came to me when I lit a fag, and said, "Can I ask something, sir?" I said, "Did I ever stop anyone from speaking their mind?" Took a puff and released the smoke. He hesitated and I concentrated on my smoking, to let him speak his mind. Then he said, "I like Chitty and I would like to marry her." I asked him, "Why do you want to marry her?" He said, "She is an excellent cook and she looks after the kids." I thought he is asking for her hand, not because he loves her, but she can work and run his house. I kept smoking and did not answer him. He must have waited for me to burst out in anger. He does not know I am not that kind of a person. I take things coolly. He must have felt he does not have a chance with Chitty. He said it was not my words but Krish's. He told me after the party, he wants to marry her as he loves her very much. He was scared to come to you as he thinks she is your cousin and he thinks you might get angry if he asks you for her hand. I said, "I think he does not know me enough. I will speak with him." He went away. If I marry her off at this juncture, I could not send her away with him. He had to come and live with her here. Would he do that? Until Dhruv can manage himself, and unlike Atul in the present, he needs constant supervision. Otherwise, our plans for expansion would hit brakes. First, I have to speak with Chitty what he feels about Krishna. Then I will think about their marriage. What is her age? Is she 18 yet? I went back to my room and continued with my work. I completed my work for today and went over to Sunitha's room. She said she would take another half an hour and tell Nishita to wait for her to come. I said I will do that, and came out and lit a fag, walked to the house. Sometimes if the shooting is going on, we had to go outside to reach our house. It seems they are on a break and some touch-up going on, and I went to the director and asked how long will it take to get our party shoot. He said it may take 1 week. I went over to the next building. They must have packed for the day, and except for the workers packing their stuff, and no shooting is going on. I moved to the house and entered the house. It seems Sahithi and Nishita have not returned from their offices. I went over to the children's room and found Nikita sitting with the children. I asked her, "Where is Chitty?" She said she must have gone to do some shopping. I said okay. Do you want to continue to help with the children? She said no, I want to do something other than look after the kids. I said then when I told you to come and meet me after the exams, why you did not come? She said she is waiting to get her results. I said did I ask to see your marks list? Come and meet me tomorrow morning. I need people who are trustworthy and I need to train the people I know and can trust. I went and sat on the sofa and switched on the TV watching news. I saw Chitty and Ramu bringing the groceries. She held some bags and Ramu held heavy bags in his hand. They came in laughing at some joke. Seeing they stopped their laugh and went inside the kitchen. When Ramu went away, I called Chitty and asked her opinion of Ramu. She said he is her Rocky brother. I said then what is her opinion about Krishna? She said he is okay. I said I think he likes you, but if you marry and go away, what will we do here? I want Dhruv to be little older and going to school. She said he is ready to come and stay with us at this house. So, both of them have already discussed about this and he had taken a decision to come and stay with us. If he is thinking of coming and staying with us, we have to think about absorbing him with one of our companies. I have to discuss with Kurat and others about it. I will look into this after coming back from Delhi. I saw Nishita and Sahiti enter the house. I gave Nishita the message from Sunitha to wait until she gives the daily leaves report. And then spoke with Sahiti regarding Chitty and Krish's matter. I said I am thinking of offering a security position to Krishna and he would also look after the maintenance of the 2 bungalows we are giving for rent. It will also help out with Mahira. Sunitha came over and handed Nishita her leaves. I asked Nishita, are there anyone in your company who can be elevated to your position or you can provide another assistant to Sahiti? She asked why. I said I wanted to move our directors around and see how that will work out. For example, you and Ram can go over to Hyderabad for some time and he knows the local language also. Or I sent Sunitha to Madras. I have already talked to her sister and she can stay there for a month or 2 until she sets up the branch and return. Then your sales leads have to be handed over by someone else here. We need more people to take charge of the branches until they are up and running, then we can manage from here. Sahiti doesn't want to go anywhere and she is needed here to look after the firm. So, I am looking at other options who can look after others' work until they return. Think it over and let me know. Maybe I can ask Pauline to check the leads of the firm until Sunitha can return. Joy was asking for a shift to some other place. Can I put her there and can she manage from there? I need to take decisions from time to time on these matters. Let us complete our Delhi trip. Then I will take some decisions on these matters. She went over to her house and I headed to the library to complete my book. I spoke to the paints company and they asked me to stay near their factory in Noida. There is Narula's hotel close by. I told them to book a double room us for there. Next day we caught the Rajdhani Express and left for Delhi. When I sat on the train and Loveleen came behind me and sat on the coupe. I felt a déjà vu that I had taken this journey many times. We sat down on the seat and train started to roll. We started to chat about the politics I am working on and then about business. I told her what to do under what circumstances. I wanted her to take over the business, as she is the main shareholder. Then about handling other shareholders or directors. I have been talking for possibly for 3 hours and she was listening attentively and asked questions in between. There is a knock on the door and I got up and opened the door. It is train attender who had brought the dinner. I took them and put them on the table. We completed the dinner and I placed the tray outside and locked the door and now no one will disturb us anymore. I stood in front of her and she stood up and I looked into her eyes. Whenever I looked into her eyes, I felt like I falling into an abyss in her eyes. I felt like I was floating in front of her eyes. I kissed her and she kissed back. We went to another word with our acts. There was a knock on the door. I adjusted my dress and put a bedsheet on Loveleen and opened the door. It is the attender with the coffee. I took the coffee and put it on the table and locked the door. I woke her up and told her to have coffee. Sipping coffee, I looked at her. She got up from the berth and adjusted her dress and sat on the berth and picked the cup. I thought about last night. Compared to our previous encounters, she was a little cold last night. Does it have anything to do with the train journey, or is she moving towards a colder persona? Is she the type to blow hot and blow cold? Does she change her persona like seasons? Maybe should I expect a colder person like the one when she was in Delhi when we first went there? Except when she was crying on my shoulder about her husband, the way she behaved during the trip, she was all high-handed. Did she keep a kind of curtain on her personality and she pulled the curtain during the time she cried? Did she do it purposefully or is it because she had been emotional at that time? Slowly she cut down on the high-handedness with me. When was it she stopped showing me that part of that person? Even during her effort to impregnate Dhruv, she was all high-handedness, otherwise why the need to do that way? Maybe after winning the elections, she has changed her outlook on me. Or was it her father who had softened his stance towards her, which flowed to me? Finishing her coffee, Loveleen asked, "What are you thinking?" I said, "I am thinking how beautiful you look." She looked at me for a second and asked, "Isn't this beauty all yours?" Does it mean she had awarded me her full rights? Or only rights to the intimacy we had? I got up and took a towel and said, "I will have a bath and come." I went into the bathroom, had a quick shower, dried myself and back into the coupe. I changed into another dress and sat down. She asked why the sudden feel to have a bath. "We will be in Delhi in an hour or so." I said I felt like a cleanup is necessary for me. I packed the bags and kept it aside. When the train reached the station, I called a porter, handed him the luggage and booked a cab, reached the hotel indicated by the Noida branch manager. Took the room keys and went to the room. It was still hot outside, unlike in Bombay where it would cool down after summer. The room's AC is running and I sat down on the sofa. Loveleen opened her bag and took out a dress and went to the bathroom to have a bath. I sat back and looked at the ceiling. Then finding today's newspaper on the table, I picked it, flicked through the pages. Loveleen came out of the bathroom wearing a Punjabi dress. I have rarely seen her wearing Punjabi dresses. She came and sat beside me on the sofa, kissed me on the cheek and asked, "How do I look?" I said, "I don't seem to remember when you wore dresses. Let me have a look at you before answering that question." She turned towards me sitting there. I looked her over and the dress brought her figure to the forefront. I said, "Stand up," and she stood in front of me. I put my hand around her at her waist and pulled her closer and kissed her on the stomach and said, "You are looking damn sexy. If we don't have work now, I would have led you to the bedroom." Having satisfied with my words, she came and sat down on the sofa. I said, "Let us go and have something and then we will proceed to the factory." He said, "Come out of the hotel, take a left and turn left at the next road and look for number 102 on the right." We came down to the restaurant and sat down. The waiter said the breakfast section closed. "If you would like to order something." We ordered omelette with bread and waited to be served. We signed the bill, went in search of the factory as he instructed. It took us just 2 minutes. We entered the premises and we were expected by the security, and he called the branch manager and he took us to the computer room. We went, sat down and looked around. It is a big room with a partition with glass paneling. 2 tables were placed on the one side of the room. AC is blasting in the room, keeping it cool. After just minutes of walking, we felt the heat of the Delhi and we felt cool with wind of the AC. He showed me the new server placed there. He showed me an old system besides on another table. He said that is a novel NetWare server. I took the floppies from my bag, started preparing the server. It took me 5 minutes to transfer the data. Then I checked the program by running if I have missed anything. The server is being ready. I went to the systems indicated by the branch manager and gave shortcuts and finished my work. We were called by the branch in charge. He is another brother of the director at Bombay. I went and told him our work is completed here and we would go to Delhi tomorrow to complete the installation. He told us to sit and asked about the time when we had to fly to Madras. I told I went to meet Mr. Naidu regarding some political issue and we got the afternoon appointment and your EDP guy had asked me to go to Delhi. We completed the meeting and rushed to Madras. He said, "I heard a lady accompanied you there, is she?" I said she was the Hyderabad contact for our software. I went there to install their hospital software. During the time I asked her to get me an appointment with Mr. Naidu. I returned to Bombay and rushed back for the appointment. This is our director and major shareholder. She is the inspiration behind the company. He asked how so. I said if she had not supported me, I could not have done all this. He asked, "Why are you personally doing the installations? Why not send your developers?" I said I still feel the developers need to have more understanding of the things. One has to know servers, software and data being the main concern. If the data is not transferred properly, you will not know until later the idea of missing data. He asked me how do you all this, and my brother told me you were running the factory as a manager before starting the company. How long were you running this software company? I said around 3 years. I feel there is a dearth of good programmers in India. We are in the starting phase of the software, and over that good programmers like to go to USA. They were literally pulled by the high salaries there. You can ask why can't we give good salaries here? You have to take in cost of living into consideration here. With the salaries we are paying our developers and our overhead costs, we can offer to give this software for 2 lakhs each. If we give the salaries as in the West, we can't give you this software below 10 lakhs. He said you have a point there. You can only manage if the scale of operations and sales need to be higher than what it is. I said people don't know by using software how much man hours they are saving. How many things on our fingertips. If you want to know the outstandings, it would take a minute for the report to be generated. If it on manual accounting, if you ask today, you may get the report tomorrow. He said yes, I have seen both the phases. But if the system stop, we can't continue with our operations. I said that is what I am trying to achieve. There should be minimal disruptions. You check with your Madras branch how many times they got a bug and system can't be used. Maybe they got power problems and could not use the systems. He said that's correct, they had not reported any problems, and that is the reason for our confidence to continue installation at our branch. Now he shifted his attention to Loveleen. He asked her, are you from Delhi? She said born and brought up in Delhi. He was asking where she stayed and who are her family members and things like that. He was surprised when he learned that she was the Haryana CM's daughter. She said Kumar has some hand in their winning the elections. He had used some predictive software to help them win the elections. He said that is the reason for his entry into the software field. She said you can say that. It was my father who indirectly helped him to come to this field. He told me to provide all the necessary help for him. I looked at the time and said I think it is lunch time. We will have lunch, go to our room. He said I will get something to eat. I said thanks, but we would like to have some privacy as we have to discuss some business matters. He said okay, will you complete the Delhi installation tomorrow? I said we will complete. He asked do you want me to send you a car? I said no thanks, we already have a car with driver and a flat in Delhi for our office space. We want to set up our office there. We will vacate the room and go to Delhi tomorrow. I thanked him. We went to the restaurant in the hotel we stayed. We had our lunch and went back to the room. Next day we readied and called Vishal to bring the car to Noida and vacated the room and went over to Delhi flat and put the luggage there and reached their Delhi office. We completed the installation and they just had 2 computers and told them to check the software and went for the lunch in meanwhile. They were satisfied with the software and the branch manager from Noida came over and checked the things and we were back in our flat by 4 p.m. We have arranged computer set up in the office, to send someone there for looking after the branch returned by late night flight back to Bombay. November 1994. Kumar. We were back in Hyderabad. Our flat and office space was ready. We went over and got the flat redecorated with our staff from Loveleen's firm and they concentrated on our office space. I have stationed myself with Loveleen to set up our software and hardware part of the company and Loveleen concentrated on setting up her firm. I was in constant touch with Mr. Naidu who is looking after the election work where the elections are declared to be conducted in the month of December. The money they allot to be distributed to voters, I forbid them to be used for distribution and instead to be used for community service in the area. Like fitting drinking water pumps and things like that. I have used the community service I planned for Maharashtra in those areas, like I got them to use the money meant for distribution is to be used for this purpose. I said let the opposition distribute the money, the voters will use it and forget them. These kinds of welfare measures, they will keep them in their heart. I think this is what your leader wants in the end. They would launch these community services with much fanfare and people will throng to those functions without any invite from surrounding areas. They would request those things to be provided in their area too. Instead of going to the party in power, they would ask these party candidates for those services. With the money they set aside for the distribution, they could offer to provide these services. Now the election commission people can't include these amounts spent in the candidates' expenses, as the welfare works were started before the notification of the elections. The party in power could not do anything to stop them from doing these welfare activities. If they try to stop them, it will backfire on them only. With this background, the elections were conducted and everyone is awaiting results. I was confident of their winning. I did not even watch the news for knowing the results. When Mr. Naidu sent us the box of sweets, I came to know they won the elections with a thumping majority. In the next month, we got contracts to their privately held businesses. These include a hospital and other factories and businesses. We supplied to the hospital at nominal cost, completing our setup of the office there, and we went to Bombay for the marriage of Ram and Nishita. The marriage was conducted with much pomp and gaiety. We had many VIPs and business magnates attending the marriage. It was a grand affair conducted at our bungalows. Most of the relatives have attended for two reasons. One being it was to be the last marriage in our family, and second, it will be a grand affair with our business booming. Some relatives just attended to see our bungalows. Other cousins have attended for my parties. So, everyone attended the marriage for one reason or another. I could see all our relatives and they were amazed at what I could achieve in a short time. On one side the marriage reception is going on, and on another side, I have arranged for the party. Mr. Naidu could not attend himself, but he had sent someone on his behalf. Then courier company management had attended with some guests from the USA. Then the Godrej MD and some managers attended. Then there are top management people from hospitals. And some Sena Shaka Pramukhs from Bombay also attended. We had discussed the winning of the Andhra elections, which I advised on the basis of our talks and the meeting attended by the Shaka Pramukhs. I told them I advised them to use the money reserved for distribution during elections to be used in welfare works, which would get higher returns without having to look back who was watching. They agreed if it worked in Andhra, that could also work for them. They went back happy to start campaigning on this mode of operation in their constituencies. The elections would be announced any day now, as the 5-year period is coming near. Now I would be getting regular updates from the Vakola Shaka Pramukh on the works going on and the result on the electorate. At the last minute, BJP asked to join them in the elections. I gave them the list of constituencies where BJP is strong and Sena is weak, and told them to offer these seats to them, which would strengthen their bond and they could expect better results. Kurat has married at Mira Road at the venue fixed by the bride's family, and we attended the marriage with family. Mahira went over to Hyderabad before the wedding, thus missing it. Then I had arranged for Chitty and Krishna to be married, and Chitty's family came from the village and they were happy. She is living a good life here with us. Now Krishna is working with us to manage the affairs of the companies. Chapter 2. The year 1995, January. Kumar. Now I want our Hyderabad branch into a development center rather than a sales office. We have taken another office space on the second floor for our development center in the same building. Our flat is ready for occupation and one bedroom is reserved for me and another for Loveleen, and another bedroom used for guests coming over to the firm. Loveleen stayed over to look after her interior decorations firm. So, I decided to set up the development center to be closer to her. I called Joy to look after the setting up of the development center and went back to Bombay. Now Sena wants to build a hospital for the poor. We got many big companies investing for the development of the hospital. I have taken the help of Subba Rao to design the building and consulting on the building of the hospital. For his help, I promised to develop software for his energy manufacturing company they were building in Andhra. On the 21 of January, I arranged a big party and a party for our guests and a separate party for the students and friends of Atul and Reena. I took Sunitha over to Madras and we set up a sales office there and left her with her sister to set up and run the office for the time being. Then I sent Nishita and Ram to Bangalore for setting up offices for all the 3 companies. With a small development center for software, hardware sales offices and setting up of Loveleen interior decoration firm. I let Nishita run the interior decoration firm for the region from there. When it is up and running, I have sent a developer there to look after the software center and he will coordinate with Mahira for sales of hardware. Maharashtra Sena with the alliance of BJP had won the elections and had their first CM. I kept my word with the Sena that they would defeat the ruling party and won the elections. With my full attention on developing our companies, I left the politics management to them. I stopped interfering in their affairs and did not totally cut the ties but decreased my interactions with them. Now Haryana elections were coming up next year. They have not contacted for consultancy. I did not find it prudent to offer my advice without their request. By the 31st of March, 1995 our branches in Hyderabad, Madras and Bangalore were up and running and we were getting orders. We kept our Delhi office small and we did not have any branch in Calcutta. In the month of April, I interchanged the directors working in the branches. I sent Nishita and Ram to Madras to develop the interior decorations part of the firm. Sunitha went over to Bangalore to look after the three firms' development and Loveleen went back to Bombay calling a girl from their firm to look after the branch. We had set up a table at offices for Pan-India matrimonial services. It seems to be booming with inquiries. I left the total control of that company to Loveleen to manage with Mr. Lal. Seeing the progress of each branch I am managing the personnel there. We slowly started to appoint managers at the branch level so they can take over operations. Now we made these branches under separate company managing operations of the three companies for the convenience of management. So, each branch is managed by a manager and I let Loveleen manage the company as MD. All the branch managers would report to her and they will work independently of the parent companies. If they need to supply any software from the parent company they would pay us development costs. Let us say the Madras branch sold hospital software. They would manage the installation and would pay my company development costs. Then they would order hardware from Kids firm and they would get a commission. Whatever they are doing the interior development company is their own. This way we have decreased the burden on the software and hardware companies in Bombay and passed on the work to the branches under Loveleen. This way we have diversified the company. The parent company holds all the shares in the branch company. So, all the directors of the company are automatically directors of the branch's company. We named the company Loveleen Kumar and Associates. This way I attached my name to Loveleen. I thought Sahithi would show her disapproval when I finalized the name, but she kept quiet. Mahira would look after the interests of the kids' company from Bombay. She would arrange for the orders as they come over. Her work is to supply hardware and look after the renting of the bungalows. Throughout the year I was checking the progress of the branches were making and moving the directors back to Bombay when the managers settled down in their posts. I am getting good reports from Hyderabad that their interior decoration business is blooming and Loveleen showed interest to go and look after the businesses from there. Sunitha is looking after the Madras branch from Bombay, also looking after the Bombay operations as before. Joy is now in Bangalore looking after setting up a development center there and she would return back to Hyderabad to continue development from there. The year 1995 saw a lot of development of companies and Nandini came over to Bombay to help me in building the hospital. I asked her about her marriage proposal. She said talks are on with the groom's family. As her father was busy with the energy company building, he could not get time to meet with the groom's family to finalize the matter. It seems they did not agree on some items like gold and assets. She was not interested in those talks and she would say when it happens, what is the urgency when you are there for me? I would say don't talk like that in front of everybody. Chapter 3. The year 1996 January. Kumar. Everyone from the branches came over to attend the birthday of Atul and Reena. As every year it was a grand affair with many VIPs and company directors and the likes. I appointed a CA firm to audit the accounts of the branches. After finishing auditing the branches, they would check our accounts. I am waiting for the financial year end to see the progress the company made during the last year of operations. I have not received any request from Haryana for consultancy on the elections and I did not think much of them as I don't need their support for running my companies. We are expanding without any backing and I sent Sunitha to identify land to build an office in Madras near the airport. When she identified the land, I took help from Mr. Subba Rao's real estate team in building an office there. Sunitha would go once in a while to check the construction. The hospital work will be completed soon and I asked Nandini's help in procuring the equipment and installation. Now the hospital is for a good cause. Everyone is giving a hand in the construction of the hospital. She informed me that now she is engaged and the marriage is slated for the year end. A muhurat will be fixed soon. I promised her we all will attend the wedding. At last, Nandini will become Mrs. Pratap. Month of March. We sat in front of the TV and were watching the election results. With the help of BJP, they won the elections and their party head had announced the next CM. After so many years they can rule the state. When the accounts are finalized I went through each of the companies and checked the combined worth. Our investments have increased by 500% during the year 1995-96. And profitability increased by over 75%, which would a great achievement. Except Kurat, everyone had a hand in our management. The year went through with me traveling from branch to branch checking their workings and moving people around. Now with the help of Mr. Subba Rao's energy company we got an order from the USA for a company that manages loans for these energy companies. I thought Joy would like to go there as she had experience there, but she refused to set foot in the USA. It seems she is still scared of her husband. Now Loveleen showed interest to go to the USA for finalizing the deal. We went together and finalized the deal and spent some time traveling and visiting various places there. We came back after 1 month of traveling to the US. After coming back, I verified the progress of the development with Joy. She said it is going satisfactory and is being developed at Bombay Center. After so much constant traveling I could hardly give time to Sahithi. I felt her slipping from my hand. She became distant again and would look after her work and ignore my presence. I tried to keep the children close and would provide what they require when asked. I would take them on trips if they had holidays. This way I visited all the branches with them and they would stay with our relatives when on tour. So, they would get to know them better. Chapter 4. The year 1997, month of Jan. Kumar. Now Atul and Reena are 10 years old and next academic year they would be going to high school. And Dhruv would be going to LKG. Now our further investments have come down. We are investing from our profits and only, and I have not asked Loveleen for further investments. As her father is in now opposition, I did not try to put pressure on her to do investments this year. I know we could manage the firms without her investments. Then in the south her interior decoration business is booming. The hospital building completed and the installation of the equipment is complete. We are waiting for the dates of RCM for inaugurating the hospital. At last he gave the date of the 26th of January. They wanted to gift the hospital to the state on the Republic Day. On 21st we had our kid's birthday. This time I let them have the kid's birthday. They could call their friends and our office staff and relatives. Nandini, Mr. Subba Rao, Rahul have come to the birthday and would stay over for the inauguration. They had a big hand in the building and Nandini had a hand in setting up the equipment and Rahul agreed to be honorary surgeon with the hospital. He would allot some days in a month for a free consultation and surgeries. I asked about their fixing the marriage of Nandini. He said Pratap would be visiting for the inauguration and they will discuss the matter then. The hospital inauguration went without a hitch and the CM has opened the hospital to the state and everyone is welcome to have free medical treatment there. It would be a great achievement a private hospital would give free treatment to the poor. In the evening I arranged a party on the occasion of the inauguration of the hospital. Many VIPs and many politicians have attended the party. It was also a success party for us. Mr. Subba Rao sat with the Pratap's family and I had called a Purohit from the Mahim temple. A date fixed for March 21. I suggested they perform marriage at our bungalows. In consultation with Mahira would keep the bungalows free for those days, when they are required. Both the parties agreed to the suggestion. They went away to Hyderabad to start the preparations. On March 21, 1997 Nandini became Mrs. Pratap. After that we were busy with the closing of financial year. We want to close the pending works or projects, so that our payments will be cleared. Then the new financial year came and I am behind Sunitha to get her marketing team to get the projects they were chasing in the last financial year and who would have budgeted for the new software and hardware. Mr. Naidu's PA rang me up and asked, shall we book you space in the newly constructed cyber towers? I asked the price of space and what area is available and said I will check the finances and let him know. I went to Sunitha and inquired about the finances and what amount is available for investment. I know big companies are taking up space in cyber towers. They must have blocked for us some space there. It would be a good idea to invest there. I went and checked with Loveleen and told her about the offer. She said to check the finances and book the area. If we don't have finances, we can sell the land near Nandini's house. I said it is a good idea. Nandini told me a college was asking about the land. They have already brought the land around our land. I said we will try to squeeze them for a good price. I called up Nandini and said you were telling about the college wants our land. We will sell if the price is right. Then I want to invest the money in the cyber towers. She said she will speak with their real estate agent about the prices. I told the PA to go ahead and book for our office space in the cyber towers. Then I told Nandini to sell the land for whatever the best price she gets and have the money sent for paying for the cyber towers. I took Loveleen to Hyderabad to look after our offices. She was looking after her interior designing firm and I am looking after our software and hardware divisions. Then from there, we went over to Bangalore and after finishing up we went over to Madras. There we checked the progress of our finished office building. They will be shifting to the new building. We stayed back and inaugurated the building and supervised the shifting and went back to Bombay. The total trip took us 1 month and we were back in Bombay and the kids came running to us. I kissed Dhruv first, then Reena and Atul. I inquired about their studies. Then went over to my room to change. After a week I got a call from Nandini about a bungalow beside their bungalow owned by a doctor from another hospital, who wants to sell the house. I went over and looked at the house. I was on a hilltop and near to the plot of land we sold off. Now there a school and college are coming up. We got this house quite cheap with Nandini's intervention and we arranged for payments with 50% cash and we took a loan for the remainder of the price. Then I went and looked at a land in Madhapur. It is quite big and we can build a small cyber tower there. It is around 100 acres. I immediately purchased the land and Loveleen adjusted the payments. She must have done that from her husband's property. I purchased the land in Loveleen's name. On Dhruv's birthday, I presented the land to Dhruv. I have been investing excess profits after giving dividend into real estate all over India. Now all our branches are operated from our own premises. Chapter 5. The year 1998 Jan. We had a small party for Atul's and Reena's birthday and we limited invitations to their friends and relative and our friends. I don't want to spoil their party with our drinks party. Also, most of our top management is spread over India. Sunitha is at Madras, Nimisha and Ram are at Bangalore. Loveleen is in Delhi and Mahira went over to Hyderabad to complete a hardware contract and Joy is permanently stationed at Hyderabad to look after the development from there. At the end of the financial year, we found we had a good year and our profits have increased over 50% overall. Loveleen's firm's income exceeded last year's by over 100%. Hyderabad branch we have invested more than others and we got good returns from our investments. For this financial year I have shifted people around. Nimisha and Ram I have shifted to Hyderabad. Sunitha is sent to Bangalore and Mahira is back at Bombay. From Delhi Loveleen went over to Madras, when they received a big order for interior decoration. I went over for a week to check the marketing at the branch. Now Sahithi got more work at Bombay. As the only permanent management available in Bombay she had to look after the operations too. We have taken an operations manager and she would supervise the manager. I am asking reports from each branch on their operations, marketing, installations, etc. We have started using internet exclusively for our operations. We have got reports that this year the Cyber Towers offices would be allotted to us after completion of the building. For his birthday we took Dhruv on a tour. In the month of October end, we got the possession of the office space and we had given to Loveleen's firm for preparing office space. Now Sahithi had to come and look after the work here. Chapter 6. The year 1999 Jan. In the new year, we have shifted our offices to Cyber Towers. Having offices in Cyber Towers had become a prestige symbol. We got an order from another hospital for hospital applications. It is from the doctor we have purchased the bungalow. I have sent Joy to personally look into the installation. I came back to Bombay for children's birthday. After their birthday I stayed back in Bombay for a month looking after the companies from there. After summer ending I had sent Loveleen to Madras to look after a project there. In the month of November Joy had to go to Bangalore for a software project. They have got a project from the US for Y2K bug clearance. In the month of July, I went over to Hyderabad to check the progress of the developments. Loveleen went over to Madras to check the work there. Manisha and Ram went back to Bombay to help Sahithi with a project there. After checking with Mr. Naidu's PA regarding the coming elections. After checking the atmosphere, I said carry on as you were doing. There won't be much change in the results. Nandini called me from the hospital to check if I am available in the flat or not. I said I am here, but the servant went away. If you want something to eat, better get from outside. She said nothing like that, she is coming to speak with me on an urgent matter. I said then come over, I am free. She came over after half an hour with a bottle in hand. I brought 2 glasses and she removed some snacks from the bag and placed them on the plate. I asked her what is the problem. She said she is having some doubts about her husband. I asked her why. She said he has not given me a kid yet. I said you work in a hospital, you better get yourself checked. She said I got myself checked and Prathap is refusing to get checked. If he refuses you might find a way to get him checked. She said from the time I asked him to get checked, he is behaving differently. I asked how. He might have thought, I will get his semen checked, so he is not letting me collect it secretly, so I am having a doubt on him, he must have got it checked. I asked then what do you want to do? She said I want you to fulfill your promise. I asked what promise? She replied did you forget you promised to give me a child? I said yes, I remember. She said that promise. I said how can I fulfill the promise now? You are married to Prathap. If he had already got his potency checked, wouldn't he get doubt that you cheated him? She said he already had that doubt from the time we went to his office to check on him. I asked do you have any problems in the marital life, because of that? She said nothing like that. But I feel he has some doubts about that. I said there is a saying in Telugu when asked who is the pumpkin thief, the thief checks his shoulders if it is still there. You were talking like that. Because we had a relationship, you are thinking like that. I don't know if it would be appropriate to fulfill the promise I gave you. She said you have to fulfill that promise, so I came to you with that thought only. I said what are you waiting for? Come to the bedroom. I stayed in Hyderabad for a week and she would come daily to my flat. When the Andhra election results came they won with a thumping majority. This time I have not much hand in their elections. But they have helped us a lot in having a foot in the Hyderabad software market. Chapter 7 Kumar. It is the 30th of December 1999. I was feeling there is a danger coming upon us. I checked all around the house. Did not find anything suspicious. We had a meeting with Sena Pramukh about the debacle in the elections. Shaka Pramukh said the members of the party are angry with you. They are saying they have not been advised properly this time. You have given them wrong projections, which is why the loss in the elections. I said forget about those members. What do you think about losing in the elections? He said you have given your 100% in this election. We just lost by 8 seats. The opposition alliance was done after the results. Another point they have raised is that you have gone over to Hyderabad and had not concentrated on our elections. They are saying it could be the reason for our failure. I said I told you many times in the past that I am no politician. I am a businessman. We were expanding our business in the south and we found Hyderabad to be a good base for managing our businesses in the south. However, I kept an eye on your elections and advised as seemed fit. I thought being in the power you will have some upper hand in the elections. He said whatever happened and this section of members are asking me to remove you from the advisory panel. I said it is up to you. I don't mind not thinking about politics. I can concentrate on my business. I am not a miracle worker. Thanks for the support you have given me all these years. Bye and came out of their office. I went back to the office and Joy said their software project for the US client has been approved after testing and they have started using the software and they have wired the final payment. I said we will have a party tomorrow for the 31 December night. Call all the people, we should show the clients we have beat the Y2K bug. She said this time you were away for a long time. I said we have started branches in other cities of the South. I was allotting the staff around those new branches. We are sending experienced people there and appointing new people at Hyderabad. You know we had taken offices in cyber towers. Under the CM's rule, the software would grow exponentially. We might shift our software division there. We are going to lose Sina's support here. Maybe we will sell these properties and shift there. Joy said I don't have any problem shifting over there. I was always asking you to shift me to other branches. But all this while you were telling me that I should operate in headquarters. I said I am only thinking about kids' 10th standard studies next year. Dhruv is already studying there. I am thinking about Atul and Reena. I might take them there and put them on the CBSE syllabus. I was told there are good schools are there. I might check with them. I will check with the schools if they will accept them there for the 9th standard. I have to speak with Sahiti. I don't know how she feels about it. She can hand over the office to Nishita and come over there. Tomorrow at the party I will announce the shift after confirming with the others. We will have a board meeting tomorrow. Call everyone for the meeting. She said okay, I will tell Pauline to inform them. Joy said Sunitha is miffed with you. I asked why. She said there are rumors that you are living with Loveleen in Bangalore and she is pregnant with your child. I asked is she pregnant? She has not even told me. I have not been to Bangalore for the last 6 months. In fact, she was staying in Madras for the last 6 months. I expressed surprise and said I will speak with her now. I asked what you were saying about Sunitha. Joy said she is saying you have forgotten her. I said see I have not forgotten her. Why am I planning to shift the offices to Hyderabad, so she will be closer to me only. I think you know our relationship. She is dear to me. I have already booked a bungalow beside Nandini's bungalow. She got them to sell cheap. Joy asked what is your relationship with Nandini. I said she is a good friend. We maintained that relationship despite our differences of opinion. Now she is married and she is expecting a baby. She is happy with her life. She has helped me a lot in getting a foot in the Hyderabad software market. I had brought a big plot of land in Madhapur on her advice. Now many builders are approaching for building a tower in line with cyber towers. I have not decided yet on that. We will discuss all these matters in tomorrow's meeting. I will prepare an agenda and send it to you all. The board meeting went as well as expected. Seeing our success, everyone on the board voted for whatever proposals I have put forward. Each one of them in their right is a millionaire. And the profits are going up exponentially every year from the time of incorporation. I informed them that we are having a private party with only close people in the evening. I don't want to call our clients and all. Only the members of our companies and sister concerns and family members. It is 8:08 p.m. I checked with Krishna that all the arrangements were perfect. I went over to change into formals for the party. I went into the kitchen for a cup of tea before changing. I went towards the kitchen. No one seems to be in the house. They all must be at the party. As I was entering the kitchen, I saw Joy standing over the kitchen sink and washing her hands. Then my eyes fell on a man creeping on her from behind with a raised knife in his hand. I shouted, "Hey, who are you?" He looked at me and looked at Joy, who turned toward him. Hearing my voice, terror lit her face. I understood who he is. He must be her husband who finally found out she is staying here. He looked at me and her and me. He must be unsure how to proceed further. His drug-induced mind must be numb. I went over to him to catch his hand and to take the knife from his hand. At the last minute, he transferred his knife to another hand. I am no fighter and that move has confused me. When I went for his hand which is holding the knife, he transferred the knife to another hand, then he plunged the knife in my side. I caught my side with my hand. He now plunged at Joy with the knife in waist height. I caught him by his collar and pulled him toward me. He got pulled by my catching his collar, came back and slammed into me from his back. We both fell backwards, he on top of me, we both facing up. I did not waste my opportunity and caught his throat on hold with both hands. With the lack of oxygen, he started lashing out. I did not let go of my hold even with my throbbing side. He became limp and I released him. He may not be dead but would out for a few minutes. I shouted to Joy, call someone. Call police and ambulance. She seemed confused and shouted help. Sunitha heard the sound, came running. She looked at the scene and took a small towel, wet it in the sink water and put it on my side and told Joy to call for an ambulance. When she did not hear what she is saying, called her to come close. When she came close, she told her to catch the cloth to my side. Joy kneeled and held the cloth. Sunitha got up and went to the phone and called for an ambulance first and then the police. She then looked at the assailant and checked for his pulse. He seemed to have some pulse. She asked Joy, did he attack Kumar? She replied yes. She looked around and found a wooden stick used for making powders, caught and stood over him, else if he came to conscience he may attack again. I started to lose consciousness. Then everything became dark. Sunitha. I took one look at the scene and understand what happened there. Whatever Kumar taught over the years and my air hostess training has come to use here. I applied a wet cloth on his wound and asked Joy to attend to him. I went and called the ambulance and police. By the time ambulance has arrived, Kumar became unconscious. They took a look at him and applied first aid to his wound and took him away in the ambulance. Then police arrived and took Joy's husband into custody. I told them he had come to attack Joy and it seems he had injured Kumar with the knife found on the scene. Joy was still in shock but nodded her head in affirmation. Krishna rang back from the hospital that they had been taken to the emergency room and they were looking for any relatives. I said I will bring Sahiti with me. I went looking for Sahiti. She was speaking with some guests oblivious to the goings-on here. I caught her hand, took her to Kumar's car, and asked his driver to drive. We both sat down and started to drive, asking where to go. I told him the address of the hospital. She asked what happened. I said nothing to worry about. Kumar is slightly injured. Did you not hear the sound of the ambulance? She said from the evening my ears were ringing. Nothing can be heard. Then what are you speaking with the guests? I asked. She said I am looking at their mouths and replying. I asked now. She said now the ringing is reduced. Who could have done it? I asked her what. She said you said someone had injured Kumar. I said I think it is Joy's husband. She asked why would he do that? I said he must have come to take revenge on Joy and Kumar must have intervened in between. She sat silently looking at the windshield. I thought how could she sit so calmly? Then she spoke. Kumar told me something like this could happen. He told me to stay strong for the sake of the children. But how can I stay strong? She put her face in between her hand and started crying. I put my hand on her shoulder and stroked lightly. When we reached the hospital, she rubbed her eyes and came with me to the emergency ward. We inquired at the emergency ward nursing station. They asked was he the one brought with a knife wound in the side. I said yes. She said I will call the doctor. The doctor came over and said that they have taken him to the operation theater. Now he is back. I said it was just a knife wound at the side. The doctor said there are complications. We will let you know when we have something to tell you. He told Sahiti you can go and see him for a minute. After seeing Kumar, she came back. We sat down on a bench. After 2 hours the doctor came and informed me that Kumar is no more. Sahiti has started crying. I was shocked and asked what happened, doctor. He said we will let you know when the post-mortem is completed. I caught Sahiti and sat there. Krishna came and asked what happened. With a sad face, my eyes full of tears, I informed him that he is no more. He just stood there. I said go and inform others. He went away. After finishing the ceremonies, the people returned home. The next day the lawyer came with the Kumar's will. He had made all the provisions for the company management. The kids' firm he has handed over to 3 members team with Loveleen and Sahiti and 1 more person from Sunitha. Mahira or Joy can join with them to run the company. Then there are detailed reports on the running of the other companies and branches. There were the accounts submitted with each partner's shares mentioned. He must be knowing the coming danger. It was to be Joy but he saved her and gave his life for her. I was given a floppy disk in a sealed cover. I will check the floppy later. It must be the one he was telling me about. The password "I love you Sunitha" reverberated in my head. I know he did not forget me even in his death. He has left me his legacy, his story for me to present to the world. But I could not find the software he was telling so much about, predicting the elections. It was not there on his laptop or the server. There were no copies of the software anywhere. It seems there is never any software for the predictions, and it was all his predictions. He advised them based on the circumstances. After a few days we started hearing rumors that, unhappy with his performance in the elections, someone had helped Joy's husband to go to his house. Some people said it was the ruling party in Haryana that had him killed, a slow death. Now they put back Loveline's father's party in opposition. They don't want him to win elections again with his help. Whoever it was, they wanted to discredit Kumar by getting Joy killed. It seems he did not want that to happen and had given his life to preserving his standing in society. He died a brave man. Chapter 8 Sahithi. January 13th, the year 2000. I sat in the bedroom looking out at the sea. What I thought and what happened. My Kumar is no more. For whom I should live. The kids are his and Sneha's. Leena is not really my daughter, as he explained later. She is some other Sahithi's daughter. On his deathbed, he had explained how all this works. He also said, laughing, "I will return." The words "I will return" is reverberating in my mind. I tried closing my ears. But still no effect. Then someone knocked on the door. I looked towards the door. It's Manisha. Now she is my co-sister. She said, "Come Bobby, the puja is about to start." I said, "I am coming Bobby." Earlier we used to call each other by names, but now at home, we call each other Bobby, and at the office, we use the previous way of calling each other by names. I got up and went down to the place the puja is arranged. Atul stood before the photo of Kumar and I looked at the photo. I felt it is saying "I am coming." I dropped to the floor due to exhaustion. That is the last thing I remembered. I am coming. Part 7. Return of Kumar from the dead. Chapter 1. Kumar. I woke up on a stretcher in a hospital. The nurse shouted, "Madam." He opened his eyes. I looked at the side she was shouting at. A lady of around 30 years of age, who seemed pregnant of around 7 months, came, looked at me and said, "Kumar, are you okay?" I thought she recognized me as Kumar. "Okay." I asked, "Where am I?" She said, "You are in our hospital." I said, "Our hospital? Where is this hospital?" She called doctor. He seemed to have forgotten everything. A doctor came and checked and said he seems okay. There are no injuries. The doctor said this hospital is in Hyderabad. I said, "Okay, Hyderabad. How did I get here?" He said, "Someone placed you on the stretcher outside the hospital. The ward boy recognized you and they brought you inside. So, they must be knowing about me." I asked him, "Who is the lady who is pregnant?" He said, "Did you forget her? She is the hospital administrator. She is Nandini." "Okay, she is Nandini and she works here. It seems I also know her." She came back and said, "I called Bombay and informed Sahithi." I thought, is Sahithi in Bombay? When did she come back? She said Sahithi, Sunitha, and Loveline are coming here on the first available flight. Okay, she also knows Sunitha, but who is this Loveline? Must be the interior designing company, Bob mentioned. Now, what do I have to do when they come here? She said, "You look younger. What is your age?" I said, "I just turned 22 this April." She exclaimed, "Oh, so young." I asked, "What year is this?" She said, "The year 2000, month of February." I said, "Nandini, do I know you?" She exclaimed, "No, you. We have been friends for the last 6 years and you fixed my marriage. Did you forget?" I said, "Did I fix your marriage? Then who are these other persons you are mentioning?" "Sunitha, Sahithi, and the other lady you mentioned." She said, "You don't remember them also. Sahithi is your wife and Sunitha is your operations director and also your girlfriend. Then Loveline is also your partner in these businesses you run." I asked, "Do I have any children?" She said, "You have 2 children, Atul and Reena." I asked, "Then where is Leena?" She replied, "You forgot. You said she went back to her mother." I thought, did she stay here before coming back to me? But she said he was with Pujari and he wears dhoti. I asked her, "Do I wear dhoti?" She asked, "Why would you wear dhoti? You wear suits." So, he must be someone else. So, if I am wearing suits, he must be the one who died from a business background. What? Bob said the businesses were in disarray and I have to go and control them. He must be having so much confidence in me. Did he tell me to learn the software for this purpose only? I asked Doctor, can I stand up? He said try if you can stand up. I sat on the table and slowly I got down from that. I felt a little dizzy at first, but by catching the table I could get a grip over myself and could walk properly. I said I feel okay. The doctor said to Nandini he must be having some kind of amnesia. He must have forgotten everything. But how can he be so young? Then another doctor rushed in and asked Nandini. Someone said Kumar had returned. She said apparently, but he looks so young and he says he is 22 years of age. Must be 15 years younger than us. He looked at me and said, did he look like this when he came to you in 1987? She looked closely at me and exclaimed, yes, exactly like that. He said, it seems like some kind of magic. Okay, you take him to his flat. He will have some rest. I thought I also have a flat here. He continued, when they come from Bombay I will send them to the flat. She said, come, can you walk or shall we go in the car? I asked how much distance is the flat. She said better go by car. When we came out there was an ambulance standing there. She asked him to take us to the building. We sat and rode for a minute and the ambulance stopped. We got down and took the lift up to the top floor. We came out and knocked on the door. A servant opened the door and Nandini took me in and sat me on the sofa. She told the servant to get him a cup of tea, it may revive him. So, she knows I drink tea also. I looked around the flat. It looks like a 3-bedroom flat and is tastefully decorated. I asked who did the interior for this flat. She said, did you forget? Loveleen got it decorated personally. I thought my theory is correct. Loveleen is looking after an interior decorating firm. She said, take some rest, when they come I will wake you. I looked at her, where should I take a rest? She said I forgot, and lead me to the bedroom. I lay on the bed and she kissed me and said, take a rest, I will come back. I closed my eyes. I felt like I was falling from a great height. I woke up with a sudden jerk and opened and looked around. The surroundings seemed unfamiliar. I sat up on the bed, adjusted myself and sat with my back to the headboard. The servant lady came and, can I get you something, sir? I said, get me a glass of water and then something to eat. She said, come to the dining table, I will serve you lunch. I got up and went behind her to the dining room. I sat down on a chair and she put a plate in front of me and I served myself from the dishes placed in front of me. Everything is to my liking. She must know what I eat. After finishing lunch, I washed my hands and sat on the sofa and switched on the TV with a remote. The channels running on the TV are all seemed unfamiliar. What I know was all Doordarshan channels. Now all the language channels are coming from different brands. I was tired of just changing the channels. When I saw an old movie running, I put down the remote and started to watch the movie. The doorbell rang and the servant went and opened the door. Sahithi, Sunitha and another lady, must be Loveleen, entered the room. They kept looking at me in wonder as if they could not believe their eyes. Sahithi said, you took me to the time I first met you. Turned to Sunitha, she said, what do you think? Sunitha said, I also felt the same. I felt like I am seeing him for the first time at Atul and Reena's birthday. Loveleen came and sat beside me and hugged me. I looked into her eyes, they were filled with tears. I looked at Sahithi and Sunitha, both of their eyes were moist. So Loveleen is also close to me, to have hugged me like that. Sahithi asked, can you travel? If you can travel, we can go back to Bombay. I said, I seem to be okay, I can travel. Loveleen said, I will call the travel agent and book the tickets. The servant is asking Loveleen, madam, I heard sir was dead and you performed last rites also. How can he be back and so young also? She said, that's what we were all wondering. She went to Sunitha and asked, did he ever say he had any kind of premonition of his death? Sunitha replied, when he returned from Hyderabad, Joy went to speak with him. At the time he said, I feel there is a danger coming up. Sahithi replied, he seemed to have some kind of premonition. In just 2 days he had set all the things right. It seems he has some kind of backup plan. Sunitha said, he was always talking about alternate universes and dimensions and timelines. He must have arranged to call back his former self from the past. She looked at me and asked, what time do you remember last? I said, somewhere in 1986. She said triumphantly, See, he must have called him from 1986. Sunitha asked, do you know software programming? I said I recently learned to program. She said, see what I said? That must be when he brought the system at home and started practicing. I said exactly. Recently I brought a system and started practicing. She asked, what do you think about politics? I said I don't have much knowledge. Sahithi said, that is good. Don't go into the politics, that's what killed him. Loveleen asked, what do you know about the companies we have? I said I don't have any companies. Sahithi said, then he must have come from before he started the software company. Sahithi asked, what shall we do now? Sunitha said he had returned, that is all for the time being. Once he sees the setup he will recollect the things. It would be in his DNA to run businesses. Now he came back, he will see to their end. I thought, whose end do I have to see? They told me to take a rest and I went back to the bedroom and laid down. Loveleen said, I will go and have a look at the office. Sunitha said, I will go and speak with Nandini and the doctors. Sahithi said, I will go and sit with him. Sahithi came and sat beside me. I have not seen her for more than a year after the cancellation of our marriage. I called her near and kissed her. Even though she looked older, my love for her came back to me. I asked her, how is your daughter Lena? She asked, do you remember Lena? I said she was living with me now. I left her to stay with my parents. She asked, did you know your brother married Nishitha? I asked, are you talking about Namisha? She said, no, Nishitha. She is my assistant working with Loveleen firm. You may not know her. First, you brought her to our firm thinking she will be a good match for Kurat. I thought, who is this Kurat? Seeing my blank face, you don't remember Kurat also. You worked in his factory for 3 years. So, I must have worked in a factory here. I said, close the door and come to me. She went and closed the door. Her being my wife, I should show some concern for her. I started kissing her, as I was missing her for more than a year and over that she is my daughter's mother. We had copulated and I rolled out from her tired. She said, you seem tired, why don't you take a rest? I caught her close and kissed her and said, okay. I closed my eyes and tried to sleep. I heard voices from the outside and opened my eyes, and it is my sister, and she also aged. She looked at me and asked, is he really Kumar? He looks so young. Sahithi said, yes. He seems to have come from 1986 or 87. She said he looked like before my marriage. Maybe before Sneha left. She asked, do you remember Sneha? I said, why would I forget her? She was taken away by her parents. My sister said, it seems like after my marriage, where Sneha was taken away. I asked, what did you say? Did she attend your marriage? When was it? She said, I was married in 1986. In my marriage she was taken away by her cousin Suresh from my marriage. She was pregnant at the time. That also you did not know. Did you know she had given birth to twins, Atul and Reena? What? I had married Sneha and she had twins with me. Now, what is this timeline? I said, it is all confusing. I will hear the full story at a later time. She said, take rest, and went out. She said to them, he remembers some things and he does not remember some things. He remembers Sneha but he forgot he had married her. He does not know about kids. But he seems to remember Lena, Sunitha said. He says Lena stays with him. He had left her at his parents' place. Sahithi said that must be the time he found her and left her at his mother to check her out. As an afterthought, Sunitha came and asked, what age is Lena? I said around 8 or 9 exactly, I don't know. She said it's okay and went out. She went and said, it seems to be different. He says she must be 9. It seems like he found her after returning from our house. She must have gone further back into the past. Loveleen came from the office and said, I got the tickets, so, let us go. We all went to the airport and took boarding passes. I felt elated that I am flying for the first time. I had taken Sunitha in the first-class train but never flown. It is not that I could not offer to fly, I did not get an opportunity to fly. There are no regular flights from Gannavaram to Bombay. I had a little problem with the security check and later got on the flight. We reached Bombay and went over to the house. Now after seeing the house I understood why I was sent here to look after the affairs of these companies. It is a big bungalow and it is bigger than Nimish's. I would say many times bigger. So many rooms and a lady came and hugged me and I looked at Sahithi as who she is. She said to her Nishita he forgot a lot of things. He does not recollect you. I said Bobby. She said what is this new calling? You always called me Nishita only. I am saying about our relationship. She said I will show you the video of your brother asking me to marry. She took me to a TV and video player and showed me the video of them. The video showed me sitting on a chair. I looked older than what I am now, and then panned to the bar where Nishita is picking up a glass. I looked at her as if she drinks in front of everybody. I with Sunitha and Anju only drank at my flat. Maybe they have habituated to the party culture here. Then she turned around and dropped her glass and was about to fall down and Ram caught her in one hand and glass in another hand. I clearly saw him pressing her boobs while catching her. I don't know it's intentional or unintentional. She ran away into the house. And I saw myself walking behind her and she was saying to me I want to marry your brother and I looked at the camera and on camera, my brother walked to her and asked her will you marry me? Then I brought both of them to an old fellow sitting and asked him will you give your daughter's hand to my brother? He must be her father. He asked me what does he do? Instead of telling me yes. I asked being my brother is not enough for you. What a corny dialogue. Then he got up and took their right hands placed one on another and my mom came and kissed her and said at last I got my daughter-in-law. I thought what about Sahithi? Isn't she your daughter-in-law? There was clapping everywhere, and the movie finished. I asked who had directed this movie. She said if you want to see the same scene from the movie and started another video. In this Nishita with another man enacted the same scene. This seemed to be taken from a movie. She said see the difference between both the videos. The first one is the original and the second one is an enactment for a movie. I nodded as I understood. Someone must have told the kids their daddy came. They came running and stopped in front of me, as if doubting if I'm their father. I said come on kids and kissed both of them. They grew up and must be in 9th or 10th. I asked what are you studying? They said they are in the 8th standard. I said sorry I forgot everything. Reena said you also look younger, how? I said I went to heaven and got a new body. She said oh, that is how you returned after death. Until the time nobody said the word death. I asked how did I die? She sat down beside me. There was a thief who came to kill Joy Auntie and then he injured you and you caught him and did not leave him until he became unconscious. Then the ambulance came and took you to the hospital. But your dead body returned from the hospital. So, I died saving Joy. But where is she? I asked but where is Joy? One lady said she went to Bangalore. She is also on the way. Then my parents came and my mother said I never thought I will lay my eyes on you. How did you come back from death? I said God came to me said you were required to look after the businesses and sent me down. I don't know who has believed and who had not believed. So, the start of people coming to see me old acquaintances are those who want to see the miracle. Krishna came and shook my hands. I asked where is Raj? He asked do you remember Raj? I said I remember him calling you Julie. He said but you never called me Julie. Then Chitty came and caught my hand and cried Anna. I looked at Krishna as who she is. He said you don't remember Chitty. She came to look after Reena and Atul. Now she is my wife. I said okay. Then Kurat came and introduced himself. I said sorry I could not remember you. He said then you may not remember Mahira also. Mahira came and stood before me. I said I seem to remember your name. Did you come to the courier company for an interview? She said yes. Rajesh and Balachandar took my interview. I remember BM, Balachandar and I were about to take the interviews. So, it must be Rajesh who is my replacement in her interview. So, you are still working with the courier company. She said I left the company long back. Now I am looking after the children's company as MD. Then Loveleen brought a boy younger than Atul and he said, Daddy. Loveleen said he is Dhruv and he is your godson. I caught him and kissed him. Then Mr. Deshpande came to meet. I said Mr. Deshpande and got up to shake his hands. He said please be seated I am sorry this has happened. I heard you have forgotten lots of things. I said I don't remember much only some things previous to 1987. But how did you remember me he asked. I said we had an interaction previously. So, now obviously I don't remember anything about politics. Sunitha told me the predictive software I used cannot be found. He said after all this, why should you care about our politics? Forget about them and concentrate on running the business. I said I will get more information on our interactions but will leave the politics to your members. I said now all the partners come and let us discuss the problems at the company. Sunitha asked how do you know we had problems running the company? I said because I am sent here for the purpose of solving your problems. I think we have somewhere a meeting room. Sahithi said come we will go to the conference room at the office. I walked with them through the gates between the houses. Sahithi said this is your idea to install the gates, so we don't need to go outside the house to go from one house to another. I counted after 2 houses we went to the 3rd bungalow. So, this must be our office building. It is looking like one of the bungalows. I asked what are you doing with the houses? Mahira replied we have not got any booking for the last 1 month. At present they are free. We entered the conference room. I said everyone who is associated with our companies come and sit. I sat at the chair shown to me. When everyone gathered, some developers had to go get themselves chairs from outside. I said I have been sent by God to you to solve your problems. I think the companies are running in disarray with no proper head at the top. I thought I had made all the arrangements for the transition, but I did not think about appointing a business head for the companies. I thought with the training I gave you, you will take the companies forward in my absence. But it has not happened that way. I don't know how you are operating. First, I would like to hear the complaint from developers and then I will come to you. Now the developers you may speak up, but introduce yourselves. I have lost some part of my memories. I could not recollect anything from the time I have set up these companies and also my personal life from that time. One person got up and he said I'm Rajesh, I am the senior most member of this team. So, what is your problem? I looked at the person who is taking the notes. She must be my secretary or company's secretary. Looking at her she looked up at me and said I am Pauline your PA. I nodded and turned to Rajesh. He said I am not getting the respect I deserve from these junior developers. Now the other seniors you have sent to the branches to look after the branches. I told you I don't want to go anywhere as my family is here. I said your problem is no one respects you. Okay, sit down. I will deal with you later. Next. Another developer got up and said we were getting lots of complaints from the clients for the new software we are developing. I heard you checked and passed the software previously and you reported the bugs and the software went without bugs. I said okay. Next. When the developers' complaints finished, I said you can go to your seats. Are there any complaints from other departments? Sahithi said the company we run without interference. Your company's contribution is marketing only. I said then you are all from the top management only. Where is my brother Ram? Sahithi said he went with some group hiking. He could not be contacted. I said Sahi is not part of the company. Nishita said he helps me with decorations related to acoustics and electronics and lighting. I said okay. Now tell me what is your problems. Mahira started we are not getting any orders for hardware. It seems when getting software orders, they are not following up on the hardware. I said okay. Any other problems? She said none. So, what about renting the buildings? It seems they are not rented at the present time. She said we are doing some work to make them look different as the directors asked. I asked why should you take up that kind of work? You should let them do it or give it to someone else. Never waste money on something we don't get a return. Okay then who is next? Sahithi said you will get another assistant for me. Nishita is spending more time traveling. I said I thought you got someone to assist you. I will look into it. Any other problem? She said nothing. Then who is next? Sunitha spoke we are not getting enough leads from the salesman. I said then look at other modes of getting orders. Pauline said I don't have any problems. So Kurat, how is the factory running? He said after you poached Krishna, I am finding it a little difficult in running the factory. I said I thought he did his work there. Look for some other assistant. So, who is missing from today's meeting? Only Joy. Sunitha said she is on the way, should be reaching any time. I addressed Sunitha now are you looking after the software company? She said I told Joy to look after the development. I said now delegation is good but you have to keep a tight leash on their activities. If you have delegated the reins to Joy, you should call her to ask for the reports. How many orders are received and what they fulfilled and what are pending, that is management. If you leave everything to them, they may not know what to do first and what to keep pending. You have to see what kind of complaints are received. You have to keep track of the complaints, if they are attending to the customer's satisfaction or not. You won't have time to look after each and every complaint, just check what is being done. If something is not to your satisfaction, you call a meeting and express your concerns. When did you have your last meeting? She said after you left us. So, after that, you are doing things as you see fit and letting them do their way. You take a meeting every week and discuss the goings on and chalk out a plan for the next week. This way everyone is aware of what is going on. You are all partners in this venture and everyone has a responsibility to look after the company, not just a share in the profits. With the rights come responsibilities. You all have to act as a single unit to run the company. Don't think your company or my company, it's every one of yours company. We depend on each other. Mahira depends on software for the orders. The software depends on the delivery of the hardware to complete their orders. Sahiti depends on Sunitha providing the leads. Sunitha depends on Sahiti to complete the orders so she will get more leads when the salesmen go for selling and they get to show off completed works. We all depend on the staff to complete their work so we can move forward. So, it is all going in a cycle. Sahiti asked, why are you talking like you will go away? Did you not come here to stay? I said I have not got any specific instructions. I was told you have problems running the company. I should go and attend to your concerns. I don't know how long I will be here. Or will I return if the problems persist if I go back? Sunitha asked, from where did you really come from? What were you doing at the time you came here? What were your connections there? I said you seem to have a lot of questions. I also have a lot of questions. If you can tell me what happened in my life here, I could answer your questions honestly. So, who has the most knowledge of the story? Maybe who can tell me what happened before I came to Bombay? Sunitha said I could tell you that part in short. You were studying in Vijayawada in junior college and you have 3 friends, Srinu, Pradeep and Sneha. Sneha and you worked in your spare time at your grandfather's clinic and studied together and became close. When you came to Bombay after your second year junior college, she was sent to her village and you joined the college in Hyderabad and waited a year and eloped with her to Hyderabad. You worked with your grandfather's brother and your grandfather until you completed your degree and came over to Bombay. I said some part of it I remember until Sneha was sent to her village. Then after coming to Bombay you started working with Kurat in his factory. I said from here each one tell me their personal stories rather than general story. So, I will have a correct idea of what happened and when. Now anyone can tell me about what happened with Sneha. Sunitha said you told me your story and I followed it up with you after her death. So Sneha was dead. I said let me know the story. Sunitha explained what happened at my sister's marriage. This part one heard from my sister also. Then Sahiti explained what is her part after that regarding me and her, how she helped me. Then Sunitha continued with Sneha's return and how she was sent to look after the hotel and how she met with a fire accident. And how we deduced about her death. Then Sahiti explained her part of the story. I said we will convene later to continue our discussions about the company. I would like each one of you privately to know their problems. I think I have a cabin here. Can you direct me to my cabin? Sunitha said you have a room here and I will take you to your room. I said thanks to everybody. You may disperse. I will call everyone tomorrow to speak privately, ready with your complaints against me. I got up and went with Sunitha to my room as she called it. I sat down on my seat and Sunitha sat in front of me. I said from the time I saw you at the hospital I felt a connection to you, not only physical and also mental. I feel like you can read my mind and I can yours. I feel we were pretty intimate, am I correct? She said I entered into your life after the death of Sneha. That too after 1.5 years at your kid's birthday. I will go into how we met later, as you felt we were pretty intimate with each other. We took a flat near your factory and were spending my weekly off days. Then you saved me from the bomb blast and I lost my job because of that and you appointed me in your firm as operations director. So, what is your connection to me there in your life? I said we both studied in Vijayawada for our degree and you were a year junior to me and we knew each other from the time you joined our college. We were pretty intimate from that time and I made some blunders during the college days and I could recover myself from that and went over to Bombay and you joined me next year in Bombay and we continued our relationship after some hiccups. Sunitha asked what kind of relationship we had there. I said I will speak honestly here. Due to some mistakes I made to earn money, you broke up with me for over a year and you broke my marriage with Sahiti who was with a daughter of 7 years. That is another story. We were about to get married and you went and told her about my mistakes you found out about in Vijayawada. Then they literally disappeared. Sunitha asked who disappeared. I said Sahiti and her family. Then I made you understand my mistakes and you forgave me, and we were together from that time. So, we were not married, she asked. There is a problem there. You went and told your parents about my indiscretions during my degree. And they are still angry with me and you did nothing to explain to them and we did not have a chance of marriage until you cleared the misunderstandings with them, even though my mom likes you very much, and looks at you as her future daughter-in-law. Sunitha asked me what do you think about our stories here and there. I feel these are not dimensions or universes I felt about them previously. They are some kind of parallel times or timelines. Someone is manipulating us to see how these timelines run. They are saving people who are in my life like Sahiti and Leena. They know when they should be taken away or brought back. They act like God, but not. I recently interacted with one of them and he calls himself Bob. He is the one who told me to learn computer software and even supplied me with a computer to practice. So, they must be interested in transferring me from where I am, to cover for this Kumar. It seems they have not expected his death. And he must have died under suspicious circumstances. She said I only know about the circumstances of your death. I tried to save you by giving you first aid and you have just a scratch on your side and it did not penetrate any internal organs. Then we all were surprised, how could you die? I spoke with Nandini on this matter and she got the post-mortem report using her hospital connections. It was mentioned in the report that you died due to a heart attack and not due to injuries. That means something happened after you were injured or you were targeted previously. I thought if I were targeted how they could have done it. I have to get a full picture of the things in this house to know fully what happened. I got up and said come and I kissed her to know her reaction. She was passionate in her approach. I said I will speak to you later and we went to our house. She showed me my library and my bedroom and brought me to the dining room. We all sat down to dinner. Chitty came and put the dishes on the table. I asked who prepares this food. She said I prepare them with the help of a cook. I said to Chitty after dinner I would like to have a word with you. I finished the dinner in silence and went to the library and sat down. It seems to be my room in this house. I have everything I require here. I looked at the books on the shelves. They are marked with a different genre. I looked at some books on science fiction. He must be researching these timelines. So many books on these topics. Sunitha came and said you had written a book before you went away. If you read it you might get an idea. I asked where can I find it. She said I got a copy of your book in inheritance. You might find it on the server if you know where to look for it. I said give me your copy, I will read it and see. She said I printed what you had written. I will get the copy. You might find it easy to read. I said okay, get me. She went to her room and brought a bound book which was printed on A4 size paper and on a laser printer. I took the book and started reading. It was written by this Kumar from his perspective. What events occurred in his life and what were his thoughts on them. I was reading until 1 after midnight. Then Sahiti came and stood at the door. I asked her why aren't you sleeping, I was waiting for you to come, and dozed off and looked at the time and still you had not come back to bed. Are you feeling any shy about coming to bed even after our day in Hyderabad? I said nothing like that. Why would I feel shy about my wife? She said from the intimacy we had in Hyderabad I understood you are the Kumar as I have known him from the time I met him. He had become more distant during the past few years. After Sneha's death, he was not the same Kumar I knew previously. Then when we had that coupling, you were the Kumar I knew at the time of the marriage. I said look at me, I was the Kumar you knew before marriage, not the one after Sneha's death. My mind and body were refreshed to the time previous to the time before my sister's marriage. In your own words, you described me brilliantly. You go and lay on the bed, I am just coming. She said if you are looking for your fags they are in the bottom drawer. I said thanks, can I smoke here? She said you normally smoke wandering the compound. Come let us make a round of the compound. I got up and went with her, and when we were outside I lit the fag and we made a round of the house. She said see these gates is your idea. Then you got these barbed wires installed after the riots. Then the dogs came running and looked at me and smelled my feet and sat down in front of me. I said see they have recognized me and patted them on the head and they ran away. She said what I was telling. These gates you wanted to erect after we got the house beside our office. Then if you wanted to go to Loveline's house, you had to go out and enter through the gate of her house. So, you asked to have these gates installed as security. You were very security conscious. You were always telling someone is watching this building. You have moved Loveline to 4 places in 2 days for her to be not reached by newspaper and TV reporters. Finishing my fag, I threw it snubbed with my Chappelle. She said you were doing the same thing before also. I thought anyone would do the same. I let us go and went to the library, locked the book and came and lay on the bed and closed my eyes. Sahiti put her hand on my chest. I did not open my eyes and went to sleep. I got up and went to the bathroom. Brushed and went in search of the kitchen. Chitty saw me, asked do you want coffee Anna? I said yes. She said you wait at the dining table, I will get your coffee. When she brought coffee, I said thanks and started sipping. She looked at me and went away. I picked up the cup and walked to the library. Opened the door and picked up the book and started to read. I came up to Sneha's death. My eyes filled with moisture and I continued with how I met Sunitha and how our intimacy bloomed because of Sahiti's lack of interest. Then how I was hit by Loveline and how I helped Sahiti using her and how I helped Loveline in getting Guru discredited and how her father won the elections. Then I read about getting into the software. How I got the office building and announced I will start a software company and what risks I took to run the company. Sahiti came and informed me that she is heading to the office and I better have a bath and breakfast. I nodded my head. Then my intimate relations with Sunitha were clearly mentioned. That could be the reason the book was passed on to Sunitha. Then how Loveline made me part of her plan to have a kid. I got up and went to the bathroom after locking the book. After the bath, I went over to the kitchen and saw the cook who is helping Chitty. I asked her how long she is working. She said 1 month. Chitty said she was recently appointed. I nodded my head. I don't want to say anything without a clear idea of what happened. After finishing breakfast, she put a teacup in front of me. I took the cup and reached the library. She must have waited for Sahiti to go away. Sunitha came into my room and was sitting on the chair. She asked me, did you read it? I said I read it partially. What I thought we had pretty close, intimate relations. I closed and locked the door and came and sat on the sofa. Sunitha came and sat beside me. After finishing our session, Sunitha said you have improved your technique. I thought you were incredible before. Now you have a different approach and technique. I said I told you I had some problems during my degree. It is related to this only. She asked if you were experimenting with these styles. I nodded. She said it is not a mistake of me to get angry at you. She got up and said I have to get back to the office. See you at lunchtime. She opened the door and went away, closing the door behind her. I thought there is no physical relationship with Loveline mentioned until now. Why did I keep her away? She is a very beautiful looking woman, with a good figure. Then I flicked through the book and found what I was looking. It was the time I planned for the Pan-India matrimonial company, how we had gone to the courier company and while returning how she sprained her ankle and how I helped her into the house and then how I felt about her. Then how we both had our first intercourse and what happened next at Hyderabad. I left the story there and came back to where I was reading before. By the time I reached the Loveline story which I have already read, it was lunchtime and Sunitha came over to call me for lunch. I went and had lunch and came back and continued the story. Now the story with Nandini unfolded. I read until after meeting with Mr. Naidu and back to Bombay. I thought what was it with Nandini and me having intimate relations in 1987? Will I have such relations if I go back to my timeline? Then I continued reading the story. Then how the story unfolded for the fixing of the Nishita and Ram's wedding, which I already watched on video. Then Chitty came with a cup of tea and placed it on the table. I told her to sit down. I asked her, how is your life? She said everything good. How is Krishna with you? She said he is good with me. We don't have any problems. Once in a while, he takes me to Bacola. Everything is okay with me. He is getting his house rebuilt there. I said I have a concern about my health, previous to my death. She asked what happened, Anna. I said someone had specifically targeted me. It would have a link to my smoking. They have specifically targeted my smoking and food. None of the others in the home smoke. Mahira smokes but never eats at our house like Sunitha or Joy. She only eats at parties. What do you think? You were always in the kitchen when food is prepared. Do you have any insights? She said the cook from Loveline's house was working with me before your death. She had left without informing anyone after your death. When you ask like that, I recollect her cooking. She used a special salt when preparing the food. She used to say it is good for health. She could have targeted you with that salt. I said if you have any leftover salt in the kitchen, get me a sample. She went over and returned. She said there is no salt she used. I said she must have taken it with her. I said it's okay, you can go. When the children come home, send them to me. She said okay and went away. I sat thinking how Kumar managed to run the businesses here and how he had started to expand the business in other cities. Now I was reading about the events in the year 1994. In this year the hospital project was implemented in Nandini's hospital by himself. He had taken Loveline with him. What is the purpose of his decisions? To keep Nandini away or to come closer to Loveline? He had achieved both of the above. He kept Nandini away during implementation and he understood Loveline's mind about investing in his ideas. Loveline had invested in real estate in Hyderabad on his say-so. Would she blindly believe him that he would not harm her in any way, or does she trust him so much that she is ready to invest in anything he suggests, or does she know with those investments she can't lose anything? It must be a combination of all those things. If so, why she did not approach me except for introducing me to Dhruv? She did not even try to connect with me, unlike others, except for the time when she saw and hugged and cried. That must be the reaction one has when they think one who is dead and comes back. Did she know or suspects that I am not the Kumar she trusts or had been intimate with? Does that prevent her from coming closer to me, or is it? I don't know anything about her, unlike Sunitha or Sahithi, who already approached me with their desires and I met them previously in my time. Or the problem is with me is I don't know anything about her in my timeline. Which is preventing me to get connected to her. Now unlike him, I am thinking of this as a timeline. He was thinking of this as an alternate universe or dimension. What is a change in the narration? Because I met Bob, who had sent me here. I suppose they were to work in the background, never coming in front of people. Then what has changed? The death of this Kumar. He was not supposed to die that day. Did this Kumar suspect something? They had to make me ready for coming over here. Bob was sent to prepare me, so I can come and interact with them. I have to complete reading this book to understand his mindset. Why was I brought here? To solve these people's business problems. Then all they need is a business head for these companies. Why Kumar has not put someone as a head? Did he not find a suitable candidate, or did he think they would run the companies as separate units, without infringing on others' territory? Then why did he make these companies depend on each other? It seems he had missed something somewhere. Maybe he expected his death but did not think this would come on him so fast. Or the people running these timelines have no idea of some third person or force put a binder in their works by killing him before time without a warning. I think they could not reverse the things that had already happened. Like bringing someone from dead. Now it is time to meet Loveline privately. I looked at the number of the operator and asked to connect to Loveline. I asked her, can you come to my library? She said okay. I cut the call and waited for her to come in. I said close the door and lock it. She did so and came and sat down in a chair in front of me. I looked her over. Now she must be over 30 and fair and beautiful, and I had to mention her figure here. She must be what they call the perfect figure of 3'6", 24", 3'6". The way she carries herself. If I had no idea about her, I would have thought She is a model or movie actress. The way she sits, anyone would have thought she belongs to the royal family. Maybe the way she was brought up had something to do with it. But I could see a kind of sadness or suffering she must have endured in her eyes. Her eyes are gates to her heart. I think which would only open to a select few. I felt Guru had permanently closed it. That could be the reason it has taken this Kumar so long to get her to open them. She sat there and let me appraise her, without flinching a little. I kept staring into her, reading her thoughts and her past and everything about her in those eyes. Seeing me looking at her spellbound, she got up from the chair. Still, I moved my eyes towards her face and kept them on her eyes. She came over to me, pulled me from the chair and kissed me hard. Then I came out of the trance of looking at her. I looked at her eyes. Now there is a fire in those eyes. The fire of lust, the fire of love, and fire of everything this world is made of. I was transported to another world. When I came to conscience, I was sleeping on the sofa in the library and no one was there in the room. I felt as if all the fire in me drained and I felt cold and shivering from that cold. I remembered what I read about Kumar touching her for the first time after returning from the business meeting. He felt so hot and even Sunitha could not put out the fire in him. Because I had not got any fire in me, I must have felt the way the fire has been drained and this shivering. I looked around and found a bottle of whiskey. It is not as good as my collection, but thought good enough, and poured a stiff peg and drank it in a gulp. Then another peg and drank it. Now I sat down and let the whiskey to work its magic. It took me good 5 minutes to come to a normal being. The heat in me rose to the normal level and my shivering came down. I sat there drained of all the power. I have not felt this way after satisfying 4 girls. I thought about those days. Now I feel stupid why I did all those things. For money. I did want money, but I did not do that for money. I was just carried away in the plan of Nimisha. Where would she be? Can I go and meet this timeline Nimisha? Maybe I will go and see Sneha's parents and let them meet their grandkids as Kumar hoped. Whom should I take with me to Vijayawada? Kids and Sahithi. Will they think she is responsible for Sneha's death? Then Nandini could speak Telugu and convince them about Sneha's death. Or my parents. Would they get angry at my parents and tell them you have given birth to this kind of son, who eloped with their daughter? Maybe I should take the kids and go alone. That should be good enough. I went to the hall and sat down on the sofa. When the children came from school, they all came running to me. It is Dhruv who is in the front. I caught him, put him beside me and told them to sit. They sat down on the side sofa. I told them your father stopped for a second and said your old me wanted you to meet your mother's parents. I meant your mother Sneha. They last saw you when you were just 6 months. Then your mother died and we never visited them and they never visited us. I was thinking of taking you to them, probably visit Durga temple on the hill. You know we watched the temple from our home daily. Then another side there is a Gandhi hill with his memorial stupa and planetarium. So, what do you think of visiting? They said we will be going on a tour with Dad. I felt I have abandoned the kids due to the work pressures. It seems I have not taken them anywhere. I called Sunitha, asked to book us 3 tickets to go and visit Vijayawada. I called Srinu and asked him to book us a car and send it to us at the airport. We 3 of us went by flight, got down at the Gannavaram airport. We came out of the airport and looked around for the car. A man in a driver's dress was standing with a board with "Welcome Mr. Kumar." We went over to him and first went and visited Durga temple and offered Kumkum Puja to the Devi and then went over to Srinu. I introduced the kids to him, his brothers and Pradeep. Pradeep's family stays somewhere else and Srinu's stays above their typing institute. He took them and introduced his wife and sisters-in-law. I noticed she is not Jamuna. Then we went with Srinu to Sneha's house to see her parents. I asked for forgiveness for what happened to Sneha. I profusely told them sorry, and seeing the grown-up kids, they caught them and kissed them. From all the kissing they must have felt a little uneasy. She has invited us for the lunch, which we had, and I invited them to Bombay to visit the kids again. I gave my card and explained our businesses, and the kids explained where we stay and the things like how their or mother looks after them. And also, about their aunts who stay with us. I let them speak with the kids, came into the balcony and lit a fag and smoked. Seeing me smoking, Sneha's father was about to come out, instead went inside. I threw the fag and then he came outside. I said sorry, a force of habit. Feeling apologetic, he said don't be sorry for everything. We don't know you as Sneha does. She believed in you and came with you on her own. It was the foolishness of our father and father-in-law to think that you had brought disrespect to our family. We know how you were with Sneha in Bombay. How hard you worked to get money and how you looked after her. We wanted you to live your lives. It was my father-in-law's idea to kidnap her at your sister's marriage. Instead, she came willingly with Suresh. Rest you know, and what happened at Bombay you told us. We are sorry to lose one of the daughters, but if she is taken by God so early, what can we do? Then a thought struck me. Is it the work of Bob's gang to take away Sneha? What is their play in all this? He must have thought my thinking, that I am thinking about Sneha. Seeing my moist eyes, he said we all miss Sneha. It must be hard for you to raise 2 children without their mother. How did you raise them with your wife also working? I said my mother got a girl from the village. She is my long-lost uncle's daughter. She was brought with the promise of marrying her. Now she is married and living with us with her husband. Her husband is in a good position with our company. My only regret is Sneha went away without enjoying all this. He showed his forehead and said we all come here with fate written there. I concurred with him. Mother-in-law called us to have tea. After tea, we took leave and left for the airport. I took a promise from them to come to Bombay and I will arrange tickets for them. We reached Bombay and reached home with the kids. I thought one of his wishes I fulfilled. I sat on the sofa and asked where is Joy. I have not seen her. Sunitha said she was supposed to come yesterday night. I will check with the airport if she had flown or not. Then a thought struck me, did Joy have anything to do with my death? Is she acting all fearing when her husband came at her with the knife? Did she arrange all that? But for what? I have been cordial with her. I had given her position and salary and shares. Why would she do that, if she did that? What hidden agenda does she have? Had she been threatened by anyone to do that? Did she do that under duress? But who could have made her to do that? Loveline's father's opposition. Would they think they would take my help in their next election? That is the reason software has been destroyed in the server. And where is my personal laptop? Or it was the disgruntled Sena members, who were against me from the start and who has put all the blame on me for their loss. Or is there someone else who is running all this in the background? Sunitha came and said I have confirmed that she was on that flight and she landed in Bombay and collected her baggage from the conveyor belt. The airline has confirmed that. Shall I make a complaint to the police? I said not yet. Let us wait and see. She must have got some emergency when she landed and instead of coming here must have gone somewhere else. She said, do you think so? I said I don't think it could be a possibility. Where did she stay when in Bombay? Sunitha replied she used to stay here in the bungalow only. Previous to that she was staying in Sahithi's house. I said you better inquire with her parents about her. She said I will check with them and lifted the phone and called a number. These phones are different from what we had. We used to have dialing phones. We have to turn around the dial with holes marking 1 to 9 and 0. These have push buttons with numbers marking. I am going to learn a lot from my future. If I go back, can I use them in my time? Maybe develop software from what I learn here. What would be other Kumars must be doing? One I know is Dodi Baba, who works as a pujari who is also called Swami. Why did they send Leena back to me? I know about this Kumar who is a businessman. I would say from these buildings, he was a good businessman. Would I rise to his level? If I have some of his intelligence, I am sure if not this much, maybe half of this wealth I could amass. Then Sunitha's parents may come running to give her daughter to me. What would I lose if it takes another 4 or 5 years? Sunitha is with me, here or there. She must be scared to take back her words. Did she learn more than she letting me on? Did she already spoke with that girl? That's why when I said I had not raped that girl, she believed me. Did she forgive me for her role in cancelling my marriage with Sahithi and making Leena without a mom? Now how many Leenas were? One is with me and the Leena who stayed and went away to her mother is claimed this Kumar is a different one. From the story, I read, that Kumar was staying with his parents and married Sahithi and their first child is Leena, who was kidnapped and taken to a village, and when her guardians were returning to Bombay met with an accident, or when they were brought here met with an accident. So, if I think from the perspective of the people who are running this show, the guardians must have died, and seeing she will not have anyone to look after her, she was brought to this Kumar. He has written he was having a kind of panic attack when she landed in Bombay at that time. What could it mean? He was always writing he was having some kind of visions and premonitions. Where did he get them, and why I am not getting them? So, they must have started after Sneha's death. Where she would be my Sneha. She would have been married by her family. I did not attempt to meet after the whack on my ear. Maybe I have not loved her that much to take a risk. Now the Pujari Kumar had eloped with her to some village and staying with her, from the story Sahithi told me. From what Lena told me, even though he is just a Pujari in a temple in a small village, they have everything in their house, even AC. Which Pujari has AC in their house? She also mentioned that he was away for a long time from home and would come in once in a while. What is he doing away from home, earning that money which brings luxurious AC? It seems we Kumars can't sit idle and not earn big money. Then there is this Lena's mother Sahithi. If Sahithi is there, there should be another Kumar. What is he like? It seems he was staying with our father and mother in the Wadala quarters. My parents were about to shift there. They have already got an allotment, and my mother told me when you return you will have your own room. But you have to come to Wadala. Now, his parents are also living in Wadala. From the story, this Kumar never lived there. That he explained when he got the visions of riots after the Babri Masjid incident. He could not recognize the areas they have happened, even though they happened in front of their house in Wadala. Can I do something in this regard about Babri Masjid's demolition and riots and bomb blast, if I ever return back? I don't think so. They may wipe my memories of this time and send me back. Maybe this Kumar's memories were wiped and placed in this timeline. That could be the reason for his memories and premonitions. It is uncanny how this Kumar not only saved himself from the bomb blasts, also saved this Sunitha. Am I going in the right direction in this matter? Do these memories have something to do with his death? Did he remember something? So they had to eliminate him and look for an alternate Kumar me. They could not bring Pujari Kumar. He went in a different direction. Marrying Sneha, becoming God-fearing person, if not fearing at least serving the God. So, he may not fit the bill to replace this Kumar. Whereas I have some business sense. Also, know how to manage people and understand their weak points and use them for my gain. They must have thought I could be their ideal person to replace this Kumar. From the way I handled the meeting on the first day, I must have some knowledge of what is going on. Otherwise, why would I have blasted Mahira for keeping the bungalows empty to do modifications instead of letting the producers do them and collecting extra rent for doing such modifications? How did I know what were these bungalows meant to be? Did they plant a general idea of how these companies work before sending me here? So, how many Kumar's details I have come across? One is me, the second one is the dead one. Third one is Pujari, and fourth one is I assumed from this Lena's conversations and what this Kumar deduced. If I count 4, how many more could be there, without any direct connections to our lives? Could it be these kinds of thoughts have killed this Kumar? Maybe I should refrain from all these thoughts about timelines. Sunitha came back saying Joy's parents also don't have any idea of her whereabouts. When thinking about Joy, Lena mentioned Pujari bringing an auntie called Joy to their house and leaving her there and going away. Did they send her to Pujari's timeline to save her from something, like my anger? I called Sunitha. For the time being, forget about Joy, think about other works. Sunitha quizzed me. Do you know perhaps where she went? I said I don't know at this moment. I suspect something like Lena going away could have happened. She exclaimed, like Lena, Joy could have gone into another dimension. But why? I said I feel she has a hand in the death of my former self. She asked, do you think it is not a heart attack like it was mentioned in the report, might be murder? Sunitha asked, but why Joy would do that? She always said she loves you. Not the kind of love I have for you, but platonic love for saving her life and giving her life after that. I said maybe someone made her do it. She is scared of her husband. Someone must have scared her that they would return her to her husband. Something like that. She said when you are saying like that there is a point in that. We don't know anyone until they do something like this. So, it could be she is hiding after reaching Bombay. Shall we inform the police? I said we should take the help of Mr. Deshpande. She exclaimed, Deshpande? Who is he? I said he is the Vakola Shaka Pramukh. She said, I know you always referred to him as Shaka Pramukh. I said me and Sahithi went to him recently to complain. I will tell you about a funny incident. One day Sahithi kissed me when I dropped at her house. Sunitha asked, she kissed you? I said only on cheeks. Then this boy Suresh must have seen her doing that. The next day when I went to meet her, he brandished a knife and came at me threateningly. I remembered the whack Sneha's brother gave and gave him one myself. He caught his ear and sat down. His family came and took him away. Sahithi advised me we should go and complain to Shaka Pramukh. We went and complained and he called him and was asking her about his behavior. He was shouting she kissed him. He asked me what kind of boy are you and was asking me my details and I was telling him my details. He knows my father and he was asking why are you kissing her. Suresh is shouting it is not him. She kissed him and Sahithi made an innocent face and said why would I kiss this boy? He came to drop me at the house. I turned to him and said bye and went inside. So, Mr. Deshpande had admonished him and if he does any of this gundagiri, he will put him in jail personally. I think he is the same person who had kidnapped Leena from her house when she is a year old. When we came back from there, the next day Sahithi arranged for a flat and we went and enjoyed ourselves. Sunitha said you read the story. She was complaining that he did not touch her until marriage even though she was ready to give him pleasure. Now the story about my Leena. Apparently, with our coupling that day she became pregnant and I was away on a business trip to Visaj. Now when she found out she was pregnant and she did not know what to do. She was thinking about what her parents would do if she informs them she is pregnant. A jeep came in front of her. She closed her eyes and thought now I could never lay my eyes on Kumar. Then she was in Dadar railway station in front of Kumar who wears dhoti with Sneha having a month-old Atul. Sunitha asked only Atul and no Reena. I said it appears so. He had come to visit his parents after being away for a long time after eloping with Sneha. So, he took Sahithi to his house. She was scared to go home so, he took her to her house finding that it was locked and her parents have gone abroad. Now, what year would that be? 1984. She was pregnant in 1982. She went into the future and not only to the future she went into another timeline. What he can do, so he took her to his village and kept her in his house until she gave birth to Leena. After naming her Leena on the 21st day she returned to her house and she only missed a few hours of her timeline. Sunitha asked did she return with Leena? I said no, Leena stayed back with Pujari Kumar and Sneha raised her with Atul. Sunitha asked you said Leena is with you so when did she come back? I said when I was coming to Bombay with my Sunitha I caught her in Dadar station and she recognized me and asked me where is my dhoti. Now I understood and asked her name. She said Leena. What do you think her age at that time? Sunitha said if you have got her back after a year. Around a year. I said no, she is 7 or 8 years old. Not even a year after her birth and she was returned to us as 7 years old. Sunitha asked so, what did you do? I said what can I do? I let my Sunitha go to her house and I took Leena to my house. She asked did you tell your Sunitha that she is your daughter? I said how can I tell her that? I told her she is Sahithi's daughter, which is true. Then I took her to Sahithi in the evening and brought her back to our house and asked my mom to look after her until I find her parents. I went on business and returned and said they were not reachable and I would be looking after her after my studies were completed. Until then asked her to look after her. I completed my studies and went to Bombay and that is my Sunitha stayed back to Vijayawada to complete her studies. Then she got some misunderstanding and broke off with me. Then, when I could not reconcile with Sunitha, I agreed to be married to Sahithi. Our wedding date was fixed and just before 1 week Sunitha went and spoke to Sahithi and her parents broke off our wedding and she was sent her away. Now they are also not reachable. Sunitha asked so you preferred me over Sahithi to marry. I said it is not like that with Sahithi. She forced herself on me by getting a flat to spend the time. It was the other way with my Sunitha. She asked what do you mean? I said I planned for us to go in the first class coupe to Bombay. She said it was your idea to have us together and that is why you were giving me preference over her. It is like this. My Sunitha. I loved her from the time I saw her at her house. I followed her and found out about her and she was my childhood friend also. Our families know each other for a long time even though we were not relatives. Then I wanted to have her to myself only so I planned that. With Sahithi I felt like a one-night stand. I have agreed to marry her only because she was my daughter's mother and that marriage was cancelled due to my Sunitha's anger. She said so now you are closer to Sunitha and Sahithi is missing. How close are you to her? I said we spend every Saturday evening and Sunday together. She asked did she not ask you to marry? I said now. She says what she had said to her parents. She can't take back and they heard a lot from her uncle too. She resigned to life with no marriage with me. I did not think I should mention Anjali here, what that would bring. But her next question put me in a quandary. She asked how many girlfriends do you have? I don't want to lie to her as she seems to read me. I said I have one more girlfriend. I befriended on my boss's challenge. What is the challenge? She asked. We went to a client to close a deal he was following for a long time and the client is not giving time. He took me to the company and we waited for half an hour and still no call from the client. I said to him let us go, he is not the type to close the deal. Now his PA thought she would not see me again, went in and got the call for us to meet him. We closed the deal and when we came out my boss asked how did you do that? I said I have read her and she must have done that so we will come back. I gave the impression we may not return and she went in and got us the appointment. So, he challenged me if you think you can do that, why don't you date the girl and show me? I asked him how much time you will give me. He said take whatever time you need. Then I went to her the next day and gave her the letter from our office and went in the evening waited for her with my car. Sunitha said you had a car also. I said I maintain a bike which I purchased when I saw Sunitha and I used to take her to the college and then for work purposes I purchased a car after coming to Bombay. I acted as if I am getting in the car and looked at her and smiled. She smiled back and asked lift and I told her to sit in the car and took her to my office first. I told her to wait in the car, then told her why to wait here, come and sit and I will return in a minute. So, I sat her in the customer waiting place and went to the manager. Seeing her he asked me what are you doing with her? I said I might take her to a restaurant and then I will see. I asked him about the challenge we made. He said as per the challenge I will take you as marketing executive. Sunitha asked so, what were you doing before that? I said I worked there as a courier boy. She asked is a courier boy doing deliveries? I said yes, and he made me a marketing executive. From then on, he would take me to close the deals with the clients. So, if your Sunitha broke up with you and your wedding got cancelled, how did you two come together? Sunitha asked. Before all this happened with the girl, when I was doing deliveries, I got a flat near Sunitha's house and watched her for some time and when her parents went to Madras I went to her house and I asked her why did she break off with me. She said their neighbor's daughter reported to the neighbor that I had raped their daughter by blackmailing her. I asked her why would I rape any girl, she must have lied to you. Then I scolded her because of her Lena had become motherless. And she went over to her to speak to Sahithi's parents and they already left. Then she said she wants to say sorry to my mother. She came to my house and said sorry for what happened, it was all a misunderstanding. She had dinner at our house and we returned to our flat and she stayed there for 3 days with me as her parents are in Madras. Sunitha asked did Sunitha knows about the other girl? I said her name is Anjali. Now Anjali went to her parents and spoke about me and asked their permission to marry me. Then they must have asked to meet me. She said in the guise of a function at her place she called me to her house. Seeing me younger than their daughter her father made fun of me and I got angry, told him if I had known what she was calling me for, I would not have come to their house. Sunitha, what is her age? I said I thought it would 24. I never asked her age, but I told him I am 21 and I have a job of a marketing executive, I have a bank balance and a car and bike, a flat at Inderi. That's when he laughed at my age. So, I came back to my house. Then next day she rang me up to apologize. Before she could say anything I asked her to come to a restaurant and took her to my house for a party. While we were having the party Sunitha walked and asked who is this? Anju said I am his cousin. Seeing her elder to me, she sat down to the party and we three emptied the bottle and they literally raped me afterwards. From then on we made it a routine to meet on Saturday evening, have a party, then a threesome, and next morning a bath together and spend the whole Sunday enjoying ourselves. So, none of them raised the topic of marriage, asked Sunitha. I told Sunitha can't tell her parents about me, then Anju's parents have rejected me. They don't want to go against their parents. I could have married Sunitha without her parents' knowledge, but what am I now, 22, I have some time to decide when to marry. Sunitha is not going to run away from me. What am I going to lose? Instead of staying together seeing each other daily, we meet once in a week, have fun and wait for the next week, in anticipation of great fun among the three of us. Sunitha asked they don't feel jealous of each other. I said I don't think so, they would think of it as a kind of competition, who would outperform each other. They take it as a compliment than a competition. They feel they bring each other's best out. She asked how do you know what they think? I said knowing me you are asking this question. She said yes, you can read minds, especially mine. She said hearing all this made me hot. I said I don't think there is a place we can go now. She said there is a trick. You lock the library door and slip through the French windows and come to my room through the French window into my room. I will go to my room and open the French windows. It will be easier for you. I said okay, and let her go out and locked the door and slipped through the French windows into a kind of ledge running through the house. It is wide enough to walk easily and I found a French door opened and slipped in. It must be Sunitha's room. I looked around and said you have a good room here. At first, Sahiti told me she would give me a small room with a single cot bed, so we can't share the bed. Then you forced her to a lot of bigger room. After shifting to this bungalow, she gave me this room. I sat on the bed and completed our coupling and I returned to my library and closed the French door and sat down. She came to the front and knocked and I opened the door. I said I know all this but I did not know your room, and I want you to invite me there. She said Budmash. She asked that's all your story? I said I have not told you about Bob. I got an offer from a rival company as we are poaching their client by hook or by crook. So, they were trying to get me to join their company. I don't have any intentions of shifting to another company. So, one day a girl asked for a lift outside the gate of our office. I asked where are you going? She said in Derry West. I told her to hop in and she sat down and then she stopped at a restaurant and told me to wait and came back with another girl. Both got down outside our apartment block. I went in and called Sahiti to come to my room. She in turn called Anju. Then after a few minutes, those two girls turned outside my door. I invited them and they were waiting for their boss. By this time Sahiti and Anjali came to my room as if we have a date. So, when he did not turn up, the first girl went in search of their boss and then both of them came. By the time I asked the second girl what is the problem, she said he wants to offer me a job. I said I don't want a job, because I want to shift to a business and I am looking for something to do. She told him that. He went away saying he will call back. He called me the next day and told me to start learning software programming. I said I don't know anything about software. He asked me to get some books and study. It is going to be the rage in the future. I went and brought the books and studied and next week he gave me a computer to practice. When I could do some programs, he called me and said there is a job for you. I told him I don't want a job, I want to do business. He told me I am giving you an opportunity to do that only. There is a big company and he wants me to replace a dead man and look after their business. I asked him how could I do that. He said you look like him only a little younger, it won't be a problem. So, from 1986 my timeline, I came to 2000 to your timeline. The person who offered me this is Bob. Sunitha asked when Anju's father asked you. You said you had a bank balance and where did you get it? As for these stories at the time of completing your junior college, you did not have a rupee to yourself. Then during your degree college days, you had earned all that money. I said at the beginning I was doing home deliveries. Then I brought a cycle and my income increased and then I brought a scooter and appointed an assistant to deliver on cycle and he would do all the deliveries during my holidays. Then I started giving a loan to a house owner and he sold me the house after I paid him off completely and I got it written to my name. This I sold it to my grandfather's brother who wanted to use it for go down. This money I put in the bank. Sunitha asked, so you did all that by doing home deliveries? I said not only that, I started doing side business also. What were you doing? I used to buy foreign liquor and cigarettes and things like that are not available freely to people or people who don't want to go to the shop and purchase them. I used to supply them on phone orders. Sunitha said, one thing I could not understand is the accusation of rape of that girl. I am not the type to blame you without knowing the truth. I would have gone to the root of that and found out what happened. I would not blame you just like that. You are hiding something here. I said I can't hide anything from you. She said if it is not the case then it must be consensual sex. That's why Sunitha could not go to her family to explain your indiscretions. She knew the truth and still forgave you, but she cannot go to her parents with the truth. It must be worse than the rape. Tell me, what did you do? Which she could not tell her parents. I lowered my head and looked at the floor. She said, what is the word, and tapped her head and said, gigolo. You were acting as a gigolo and that is why she could not tell her parents, am I correct? I nodded my head looking at the floor. Why are you hiding your face? When you did that acts, did you not feel ashamed? Why do you need that kind of money? I said I was carried away by their acts. I did not do that for money. It is just a thrill. I was just 17 at that time. So many girls were coming to me then. At the time I was addicted to 3 things: drinks, smoking and sex. Unknowingly I got into all that. But when I met Sunitha, I left everything behind, sold off my businesses and house and shifted to Bombay. I did not even stay back for Sunitha, who is in the final year then. I went to Bombay in search of a job. When I could not find anything, then I joined as a courier boy and did deliveries on my bike. Then I brought a car for getting more income. They would pay more mileage for using a car. You have to understand, my love for Sunitha only saved me from the ordeal. If she had not come to my life I would have become a drunkard and a maniac begging on the side of the road when they all left me to my fate. She has really saved me. That is why when I went to explain to her, and if she did not listen to me, I thought I would marry her forcefully, but returned without doing anything to her. I went to her so angry. I might have raped her if she did not forgive me then, and she went in search of Sahithi. Sunitha said, I know you would not have done that. You are not that kind of man. What do you think about all this? I said, from what I could gather and from my personal experiences and what I read from Kumar's book, I have come across another 3 Kumars, and that includes Snehas, Sunithas, etc. From looking at all this from a scientific perspective, is that someone doing experiments on time travel and timelines and things like that. Sunitha asked, why do you think that? From all these things, like Sneha studied with Kumar as I have. She was sent away like in my life. Also, in Pujari's life, from the story, Sahithi heard and told me about them. So, we know 3 of the Kumars have studied together with Sneha, and every time she was sent away to her grandfather's place, the 3 of them reacted differently about that. This Kumar waited 1 year and eloped with her. Pujari saw her come to visit her and eloped with her and went to a village and became a Pujari. Then I went to see her, got a whack on my ear, and I went in a different way. I don't know much about the 4th Kumar, and what I understood from Kumar's deductions, he would have forgotten and gone to Bombay to do his degree and stayed with his parents. Now, from all this, the change of story is occurring after Sneha was sent away to her grandfather's place. So, it must be the time when time is split or timelines were created for us. I also feel someone is monitoring because they were acting on those times wherever necessary. This can be found in saving Sahithi from the jeep and taking her and leaving her in the hands of Pujari to look after until she gives birth. The same thing with Leena. She was returned to me when I was with Sunitha, and they must have the confidence or wants to see how I will deal with her. This Leena was brought here when her guardians are dead, and she was brought to this Kumar. Sunitha asked then why they did not save this Sneha from the fire accident. I think there can be 2 reasons. One, it is their own doing that she died in an accident. They wanted to see how he will react to her death. Or they were not watching her and it was very late for them to act. Another thing, that they don't want to save Sneha as they want to introduce you into his life. They were not satisfied with that also and introduced Loveleen, who he used for helping Sahithi. Then she helped herself in 2 ways. one to get impregnated with Dhruv and to take revenge on Guru, which he had done willingly. Then he helped her father win the elections. Then Loveleen started to invest with him her money, which he used judiciously and took all of you as partners. From what I have read, he was worried about his partner's money. What will he do if he can't recover your investments? From his memoir, you were his favorite person, as was mine. He always thought about you when you were here, and when he went away he used to plan for your return. He had suffered a lot when you went over to Air India, and you had to travel all over the world. He did not restrict you. He would let you do whatever you wanted. He would think you will return back to him, that confidence he had. The only thing which was funny was the incident with Mahira and you going and complaining to Sahithi. Then a thought struck me. What is Sahithi's role in all this? Why did she stay silent all this time? I asked Sunitha how was Sahithi after that incident when you went to her to complain. She was angry at me at first and she would avoid me if she could and I would avoid her. Then after I started working as operations manager she would be just cordial and let Nishita handle our interactions about the leads for her firm. It seems she has not forgiven me for being close with Kumar. After I came to live at this house, she would come to my room first to check you out. Once you were having a drink. The second time you slipped out of the French windows. Then you started using the trick to lock the library and come to my room and would slip back and unlock the door. She used to show her high-handedness that she was your wife. I said I still couldn't understand her problem. She was always moody and would not respond in bed, then her whole personality changed. He thought her work is the problem. He got her job with Loveleen. Then she was normal for some time. Then he thought she was feeling guilty for Sneha's death. Finding the truth about her did not help out. Then he got her to a psychiatrist. The medicines did not help. She thought he is drugging her to go to see you and would miss the medicines. Then he thought that she is affected by Leena's mother's moods about her daughter missing. Then he told her Leena is her daughter only from the future. That has reduced her mood swings and she used that for having sex with him only. Do you think she has the nerve to try to kill him or would feed him some medicine to reduce his lust which could have had a negative effect on him? Sunitha said that could be a possibility. I never thought about it. It is like if I can't have him no one else should have him, or it could be I only should have him. I said I also smoke but in limited quantity, but he seems to be in constant alertness for which he used to smoke. Sunitha said yes, I have seen him smoke and make rounds of the buildings. He would be looking everywhere as if someone is watching. He became very sensitive about security also. He would check with the watchman regularly who was coming to the houses. He even thought of installing cameras around the houses. He must have the conscience about the people running these timelines. It must have started sometime after Sneha's death or when Leena entered into his life. He was very disturbed by her when she was found by the Sena people. He did not get relief until she was brought to his house. Or it could be the time the Sena sent him that 10 lakhs check. When he got his first premonition about the riots. These two are the main turning points in his life premonition-wise. Sahithi came over and called to come to sleep. I looked at the time, it was after 11:30 p.m. I got up and said goodnight to Sunitha and went behind her to her bedroom. Chapter 2. Kumar. I completed reading Kumar's memoir and started to deal with the problems of the organization. First, I called each of the developers to my room and from the notes prepared by Pauline gave them pointers or try to solve the problems. First, I called Rajesh and advised him that respect has to be earned, it can't be demanded. If you give them the respect they deserve, they will respect you back. Everyone has some type of feeling about the opposite person, you find that and act accordingly. Your work should show the path, not your pride. The next one has problems with complaints from the clients about bugs in the software. I told him I used to look for the bugs from the final product, not at the time of development. You should have a set of guidelines for debugging the software before releasing it into the market. Don't depend on others for finding the bugs, check yourself thoroughly. Put one person for testing and get it thoroughly tested before finalizing the software. Then others I called and answered as per their queries. Next, for the partners' queries, I called a board meeting to discuss the problems faced by the companies. I told them the main problem you are facing is that you were given independent charges for your line of work or the company you were running. Now Sahithi is running Loveline's interior decoration firm. Sunitha looking after the software development firms sitting here. Then Mahira looks after the kids firm as MD. Now Loveline is looking after the branch's company as chairman. Now the problem is that you don't have a head of the companies as I was looking after the companies. You can work and look after the companies you are managing. The problem arises because all the companies are dependent on each other. The structure of the companies is made this way after the hit and miss way of management I had put in place. I was not a management expert when I started these companies. I was hardly a software developer. My main strength was debugging. It is not that I don't know how to program. I have not studied to be a software developer like many of your developers. I am a commerce graduate and had some business acumen running a small business, and then when I came to Bombay, Kurt found me and offered a job in his factory seeing my business acumen. I had worked for him very hard, putting in long hours to run the factory. Then I was thinking about earning and saving the money to buy a house. When my wife Sneha went away, I lost interest in life, and as many of you know, Sahithi brought me from the brink of self-destruction and made me a man and gave a roof over my head and a place where I can feel I belong. Then we married and my first wife Sneha returned with kids. Then our life turned a notch and, in an accident, my wife Sneha died, leaving 2 small kids for us to look after. One day I had an idea which I put on paper only to find it unintelligible to me, and we were wondering what is it. Then a passerby looked at that, asked me to help him out. For his help, he had given us the software we loaded in a system we brought. Then I left the work to Kurat and started to concentrate on programming and used it for helping Loveline's father in elections. Then we could start the software company and other companies, of which all of you are aware. Now you may ask, why do we need so many companies and why so much interlinking between companies? At first, I let everyone work in their own way. What I found is that without supervision people can't function. For example, Mahira was working as a marketing executive and I assumed she knew about marketing the software. But she failed to understand the market is not expanded as she expected. Then Sunitha came in our company as operations director and I groomed her and gave her many portfolios, which she could handle with my guidance. So now what should I do with Mahira, who is a marketing director? She was not into marketing like I thought she would do. So I thought of tax purposes and to safeguard the children's future decided to put all the bungalows in a trust company and added some capital to run business and handed it to Mahira as MD. Where she failed in marketing, she took up the job of MD brilliantly and she could handle that firm successfully. Slowly others have joined and I provided them with suitable posts. And we started to expand the businesses to other cities. You might ask why the branches were set up as a separate company. There are 2 reasons for that. One is tax purposes and second is all the investment in these branches was put up by Loveline. We have not used our firm's finances for the setting up of branches. So, they all have their own office spaces of buildings. It works 2 ways. We are investing in real estate where we could expect to get good returns. By running the firms in our own places, we could cut costs. Because of the capital share I had to put Loveline as the head of the company. Now the businesses between the companies run both ways. For the products we own here they pay us licensing fees for installing there. There will be hardware sales going over to the firm Mahira is running and we are dependent on each other for survival, which it seems you all have forgotten. So, from this moment I am appointing Loveline as the overall head of the companies. She will overlook all the companies and all the heads of the companies will report to Loveline. Sahithi asked, what are you going to do? I said I came here as an independent observer only. Now I will be observing the activities of the companies and especially how Loveline is working as the head of the business. I will not intervene in the activities of any of the firm's activities. If I have any concerns I will only speak with Loveline, and if any one of you have a problem you have to approach her directly. If and only if she requires any help, then I will advise her on those matters. Am I clear? I looked around for their reaction. All of them must be thinking about what would be the outcome of Loveline's appointment. I only told them the story of my life previous to the setting up of the companies is that I want to show them I remembered everything. If I have not read Kumar's memoir I would not have much knowledge about the circumstances. But after reading the full story, I know him as much as I know myself. Also, speaking with Sunitha has brought a new perspective to the whole life of this Kumar. From the story, I could understand he is trying to put Loveleen as the head. He might have thought about announcing on the night of the party. That is why I thought, why did he not appoint anyone? After reading his story, he was grooming her for some time to take over the companies. As she is the majority shareholder, there is no other person than her to take over the company. Mahira asked why Loveleen and not someone else. I said because she is the majority shareholder and she was investing in the business without having second thoughts. It was her investments that we could expand like this in the South. Because I have seen that you not coordinating with each other, I had to come up with the idea to appoint a head to oversee the operations of all the companies and branches. If anyone has any concerns, they can voice them now or take your time and voice your concerns in the next board meeting. Someone asked when will be the next board meeting. As I said, if you had any concerns, then give them in writing and call for a board meeting. We will see if the concern requires a board meeting or a simple solution would be enough. If there is no further agenda, we will close the meeting here. I sat back on my chair and watched everyone congratulates Loveleen and leave the cabin. I looked at Pauline to give me a copy as soon as possible. At last me and Loveleen left in the cabin. She said, did you thought about announcing me as the head at the 31st party? I said it seems so. Did you inform about your decision to anyone? I said I could not recollect that. She said, so anyone with the information could have killed you then. I said it is possible, let us go to my room. Instead, we went to Loveleen's room. I told her to sit in her chair and sat in front of her. I said I feel my work here has been completed, I might be called back any time. Don't think you are alone here. Think I am sitting in this chair in front of you. Think what advice I would give to your problem and that would work out for you. Don't think I am abandoning you. I will keep a look on you from wherever I am going. I might come back if you are in any kind of problem you cannot attend to. I will sit with you until my call comes. I saw tears roll from her eyes. I never saw her like that. She always kept an iron exterior under all the circumstances. I said I can't give you any advice on how to run your personal life. You think about yourself and about Dhruv and take necessary decisions. She got up and came over to me. I thought she is expecting a final coupling with me. I got up and looked into her eyes. I saw lust in her eyes and kissed her and turned and locked the door and came back to her. She took me to the edge of the world and back. Sex with her is a unique experience. I don't think I will have that kind of experience with anyone else. I don't know for such a long time how he could have kept her away. Chapter 3. Kumar. It has been a week since our board meeting and things were coming to normal as before my death. I thought any day I would get a call from Bob to return to my timeline. I was waiting for the weekly encounter with my Sunitha and Anju. For the time being, I tried to spend with the children whatever time I could give them. It was the other way, whatever time they could give me. I would take them to the beach or to get ice cream in the night or walk in the compound. As I don't smoke as much as this Kumar, I would abstain from smoking in front of them. Children would be happy they could spend with their daddy more time than they could previously. I used to tell them the stories of my childhood, how we would enjoy the time even though we had little in toys or games. I showed them to play with marbles and tops and small things we used to make items to play. Time is running and Joy has not returned or not found. We tried everything to find her, even lodged a police complaint. I had a feeling she is the key to the death of this Kumar. Until that mystery is solved, I might have to remain here. Sahithi. Why did he have to go and appoint Loveleen as the head of the business? What difference would that make for me? She would be my boss at her company. Even if she is chosen as a business head for all the companies, what will I lose? What I don't understand is why did he do that? Because of her investments with the company, or does he have any other relationship with her? I don't think she would let him come near her. But the way she was crying when she saw him after his coming back, I may need to think otherwise. I know he has a relationship with Sunitha, which she herself accepted in front of me. But I have seen him after his return. He was not that close to her. I saw him discuss things with her, but he would not slip away to her room as he was doing. Does that mean he has changed man, or what I would describe the man he was before she met him? If I understand when they started their affair, I can come to a conclusion as to why he was not interested as before. Maybe it was she who pulled him into her vials. But I could not come to a conclusion about his relationship with Loveline. She was close to him emotionally, which I could see when he tried to help her multiple times. At one time he let her come close to his brother also. She had in return helped him financially. I heard some rumors going in the office. Loveline was in Bangalore and she was pregnant. Both of them were incorrect. She was in Madras for the last 6 months setting up her firm. And she does not seem pregnant. She does not look like she would let anyone come near her physically. Once Kumar said how her husband, Guru, treated her and she got scared about men from that time. All her staff at the office are women only. She would only get men on a contract basis. According to what Kumar said, it seems correct. She would not let any man come close to her, let alone have a child with such a man. How long will Kumar stay with us? With the way he appointed Loveline as business head, he thinks he may not stay long with us. Exactly where did he come from? Did God really send him to help us out? Did we hear anywhere that a dead man would return to his family to help? If not, who is he? Did he create a clone of him and kept him somewhere, where he would come out after such an event like his death? If so, why did his memories stop in 1987? He could not have created him that long back. The way new Kumar loves me, he seems to be from 1987 Kumar. Did they age in heaven as they do on earth, but at a faster rate? If that is the case, in a month's time he would have aged 22 years as he claims. If so, what is the significance of the year 1987? Sunitha might have an idea. She was closer to him that way. They both studied these things they call dimensions, from where Lena came and went away. Does his appearance have anything to do with Lena? Or Lena's disappearance has something to do with his death? When I came home, some movie was running on the TV. There they saw a photo and worried someone is not there in that photo. Then using some kind of time machine they would go back in time, manipulate and check the same photo and the person appears on the photo. If the same logic, if I apply here, Kumar said Lena is my daughter from the future. If I apply the same logic here, when she disappeared, his death becomes imminent because he could not give me a daughter with his death. That is why she disappeared. Does my thinking process has any meaning? I don't know much about this science fiction. Maybe if I can speak with Sunitha, she may throw some light into this. But how can I speak with her? I have not spoken with her after that day when she came to our house accusing Kumar of having sex with Mahira, which he refuted. Did he really had done that? It does not seem likely. She was always moving with Kurat. It has come to me as a surprise when Kumar brought Nishita and proposed she marry Kurat, as they both are Gujaratis. Did he not take Mahira into consideration here? Or did he try to separate them intentionally? What did he find about Mahira, that he separated Kurat from Mahira and still made her partner in his firm at the first opportunity? What did he find, or did he have some kind of premonition about them, so he separated them? I think he had some kind of premonition only. I have only seen him smoking with her, except that he did not have any kind of interaction with her. He had even removed her from marketing director and then gave her MD position with kids firm. Sometimes I don't understand what he does. Where am I going with my thoughts? I was thinking about speaking with Sunitha and I went away to Mahira. I have to make an effort to speak with Sunitha. Sunitha. I sat with children watching a movie on the TV. Kumar got up and went out, possibly to have a fag. Sunitha came over and sat on the sofa. She never came and sat there. It seems she wants to talk something with me. I asked the kids, did you complete your homework? They got up, they went to their room saying we will come back after doing homework. I looked at Sahiti to say what she wants to say. She thought a moment and said it is to do about the scientific books you read. After Lena came here, Kumar told me that she is from our future and she is my daughter from the future and I am affected by my future self's sadness. Then when she went away he said she had gone to my future self. Do you think there is truth in that she went back or just disappeared? I asked her, why do you think she just disappeared instead of going to your future self? Sometime back I watched a movie with you on time travel, do you remember? I said yes. She said in that they look at a photo and say a person is missing in this photo and they went back in time and manipulate the events and find the person returning to the photo. I said yes. Now, what if Lena missing indicative that Kumar will not give me Lena because he is killed before that, like what happened now? I said it could be possible. Then that means Kumar already had an idea that he is going to die before long. I said it is possible. She said so. Knowing he has not much time left because he could not predict when he is going to die, he was about to announce that Loveleen be made business head of the companies. I said it is possible, he might have an idea that could happen. Then did he get killed because he was about to appoint Loveleen as the business head? Someone who has knowledge that she is about to become business head, killed him before he could make that announcement. I was stunned by her logic. She is linking Lena's disappearance to Kumar's death. But who had such hatred against Loveleen becoming business head? If we can find that person then we can find his murderer. But where is Joy? Does she have something to do with Kumar's death? If not, why after knowing he had come back from dead disappeared after reaching Bombay? You have a point there, but how that will help us find details about his death? Did he make a note in his diary about impending death? But where is his diary? I looked towards the door. Kumar standing there listening to our conversation. He came over and sat down on the sofa and asked, "Where is my laptop?" I remember getting a laptop before going to Hyderabad for installing hospital software. I looked at Sahithi. She said it should be in his library. I tried to read his diary after his death, but it was asking password and I don't have any password with me. I asked her, so, the laptop should be in the library. We three went to look in the library. But we can't find any laptop. I remember he used to save what is written into the server. He is not worried someone will read it because it is password protected. Kumar asked Sunitha, "Do you know where I used to save it on the server?" She sat down on the chair and connected to the server and copied the files from the server. She ran the program and checked the dates and said there is data up to the 30th of December. So, he may not have got time to write for the 31st. We sat down in front of her and I asked her to read what he has written for 30th. I started to read. I was feeling there is a danger coming upon us. I checked all around the house. Did not find anything suspicious. We had a meeting with Sena Pramukh about the debacle in the elections. Shaka Pramukh said the members of the party are angry with you. They are saying they have not been advised properly this time. You have given them wrong projections, which is why the loss in the elections. I said forget about those members. What do you think about losing in the elections? He said you have given your 100% in this election. We just lost by 8 seats. The opposition alliance was done after the results. Another point they have raised is that you have gone over to Hyderabad and had not concentrated on our elections. They are saying it could be the reason for our failure. I said I told you many times in the past that I am no politician. I am a businessman. We were expanding our business in the south and we found Hyderabad to be a good base for managing our businesses in the south. However, I kept an eye on your elections and advised as seem fit. I thought being in the power you will have an upper hand in the elections. He said whatever happened, happened and this section of members are asking me to remove you from the advisory panel. I said it is up to you. I don't mind not thinking about politics. I can concentrate on my business. I am not a miracle worker. Thanks for the support you have given me all these years. Bye, and came out of their office. I went back to the office and Joy said their software project for the US client has been approved after testing and they have started using the software and they have wired the final payment. I said we will have a party tomorrow for the 31 December night. Call all the people. We should show the clients we have beat the Y2K bug. She said this time you were away for a long time. I said we have started branches in other cities of the south. I was allotting the staff around those new branches. We are sending experienced people there and appointing new people at Hyderabad. You know we had taken offices in cyber towers. Under the CM's rule, the software would grow exponentially. We might shift our software division there. We are going to lose Sina's support here. Maybe we will sell these properties and shift there. Joy said I don't have any problem shifting over there. I was always asking you to shift me to other branches. But all this while you were telling me that I should operate in headquarters. I said I am only thinking about kids' 10th standard studies next year. Dhruv is already studying there. I am thinking about Atul and Reena. I might take them there and put them on the CBSE syllabus. I was told there are good schools are there. I might check with them. I will check with the schools if they will accept them there for the 9th standard. I have to speak with Sahiti. I don't know how she feels about it. She can hand over the office to Nishita and come over there. Tomorrow at the party I will announce the shift after confirming with the others. We will have a board meeting tomorrow. Call everyone for the meeting. She said okay, I will tell Pauline to inform them. Joy said Sunitha is miffed with you. I asked why. She said there are rumors that you are living with Loveleen in Bangalore and she is pregnant with your child. I asked is she pregnant? She has not even told me. I have not been to Bangalore for the last 6 months. In fact, she was staying in Madras for the last 6 months. I expressed surprise and said I will speak with her now. I asked what you were saying about Sunitha. Joy said she is saying you have forgotten her. I said see I have not forgotten her. Why am I planning to shift the offices to Hyderabad, so she will be closer to me only. I think you know our relationship. She is dear to me. I have already booked a bungalow beside Nandini's bungalow. She got them to sell cheap. Joy asked what is your relationship with Nandini. I said she is a good friend. We maintained that relationship despite our differences of opinion. Now she is married and she is expecting a baby. She is happy with her life. She has helped me a lot in getting a foot in the Hyderabad software market. I had brought a big plot of land in Madhapur on her advice. Now many builders are approaching for building a tower in line with cyber towers. I have not decided yet on that. We will discuss all these matters in tomorrow's meeting. I will prepare an agenda and send it to you all. I stopped reading and looked up. This part was not given to me and I have not checked or read it. He is saying he is going to keep me close. But he did not say anything about our relationship, so I read it as it is written. Sahiti said he had not written about appointing Loveleen as business head here. He did not discuss it in the board meeting also. So, he was not planning to announce Loveleen being the business head at the party. So, Kumar, was it your idea to appoint her as business head now? He said after reading through his book. I saw him grooming her for that post. I thought he wanted her to take over as business head if he decided to do something else. Sahiti said so until his death he was not aware of his imminent death. He thought some danger is upon us. Kumar said from his interaction with Mr. Deshpande it seems they don't want to use him as advisor anymore. Why they would try to hurt him? What advantage would they gain by that? Sunitha, can I see the poll results? There is something in that why they lost the CM post. I went and looked through the old papers and brought the election results and subsequent changes in the political scenario. After looking through them, Kumar said there was no mistake on my side. We were in a good position, only NCP has cheated us. They went and supported Congress to come into power. It is just politics. What does it have to do with predictive analysis? That must be the reason he destroyed the copies of the software. Sahiti said it does not look like that. The software was destroyed by someone else. He would not destroy that knowing he could easily make the software again. They killed him for using the software and destroyed the copies. So, no one else in our firm will ever use it. But what they don't know is that it can't be used by anyone else. The software is protected by a password and he has not told anyone or anyone who knows the password and how to use the software. Then what is the use of destroying the software? Who would do such a thing to destroy the software? It seems it is the act of some outsiders. Who does not even have an idea of how that works. He never let anyone lay hands on it. Developers must have tried to reverse engineer the code or tried to break up the password. Maybe someone had kept a copy of the software when they tried to do that. We have to sit with the developers to find out any information. Kumar. It seems the rumors were correct. He was killed for his role in politics or elections. From what Sunitha says, it can't be Sena members who could have done that. They would not have any reason to destroy the software. Knowing he is dead, they would have tried to coax someone else to use the software in the next elections. So, It must be the opposition party. This time they coasted through with the help of a last-minute coalition. But they may not be so lucky next time, so they must have killed him and destroyed the software. But how did they know about the software and where it is kept in the servers and all? So they must have a person in our midst. Who is that person is the question now. If we can find the person, can we get to the truth? I looked at Sunitha. She wanted to speak with me privately. I got and went over to the library and she followed me. Sahithi sat there and not moved an inch. She must be thinking something, like we all thinking, who killed Kumar? We sat down and she said we have to speak with the developers to find any copy of the software available. I said what is the need for the software? I can say I made a new software and we can continue to do predictions, maybe somewhere else. If they think their idea flopped, they may think to attack me again. This time we would have an idea of what we can expect. Sunitha said you have a point there, but I want to know if any one of the developers tried to reverse engineer the code or tried to retrieve the password by brute force. I said you also have a point there. If he tried that, he could have copied the code somewhere. We will call the developers and verify with them. Could Joy have tried to do that? Sunitha replied she can try it. She is the most experienced developer here. But she is missing from the time she knew you were back. I still feel she is not part of any conspiracy. She might have been kidnapped. I said if she had been kidnapped, why Bob had not tried to help us? He could have easily brought her here. The only reason can be he did not know where she is. So, they don't follow all the people in my life and they don't always try to intervene. Maybe they need to take permission from their boss for any intervention. I got up and Sunitha asked for a fag. I nodded and picked the packet from the drawer and walked out. Sunitha came behind me and I came out and lit a fag and I heard the dogs barking and went to see what it is. There is an outline of a person on the ground and dogs are barking at that. I looked closely, it is Lady. I called Sunitha, see here. She looked at her and said Joy, and tried to wake her up. I called the watchman. With his help we took her to the hall and lay her on the sofa. She looked pale as if she has not seen sunlight for a long time. And she looked weak and thin. I looked at Sunitha. She said see how thin she became. It seems she was not given proper food and water. Better take her to the hospital. It seems she was in captivity for longer than the time she is missing. I told the watchman to help carry her to the car and place her on the back seat. Sunitha sat with Joy's head placed on her thigh. I drove to the hospital that was built by the Sena. I stopped the car outside. An attender seeing me brought a stretcher and we took her to the emergency. As we are one of the persons who helped build the hospital, we got a quick response and a doctor is called and he looked at her, asked what happened to her. I said she seemed to be kidnapped and returned. They started giving her saline and other treatments immediately. He said we have to wait until morning to know how serious her condition is. I will call one of the specialists. We came and sat down outside the emergency. After half an hour, another doctor rushed in and came out after 10 minutes and said she seemed starved and might take some time to recover. It seems she is out of danger. If she is treated like this for a few more days, it would have been difficult to save her. I looked at Sunitha. It seems they realized they could not keep her longer and returned her. The doctor advised you go home and come back tomorrow. We will keep an eye on her until then. I asked when can we speak with her. He said it may take some time for her to speak. Let us see. Don't worry Mr. Kumar, we will take care of her. She is like one of us. She did a lot of work with the staff for installation and training the software. I have seen her interacting with the nursing staff for entering patients' data. She has done a good job. We can check patients' reports sitting at our desk. I know your contribution to the hospital. It was you who have taken the initiative to build this hospital. I heard you have collected the donations personally from the big companies. But you look different. Did you get some kind of treatment to look younger? Now I remember someone told me you had died and how come you are here? Are you his younger brother or what? I said you can think so. We will come in the morning. Sunitha let us go. We came out and took the car and reached our house. We got up the next day and readied and went over to the hospital. The doctor said she is out of danger but she needs more time to recover from the ordeal she had. Still, she has pipes going through her mouth, and medicines are given through IV. She opened her eyes for a minute, looked at us and closed her eyes. She must have thought she had felt safe in the hospital. After they removed the pipes through her mouth, due to which she could not speak clearly. She was given IV for another 2 days and they removed them as she could feed a little through the mouth. Doctors gave her a small machine to do breathing exercises to increase her breathing. Slowly she was coming back to normal. We did not pressurize her to tell her ordeal. After another week she must have felt confident and safe and started to narrate her story little by little. As she came out of the airport and looking for a cab came and stood in front of her and she got in and it drove out of the airport and went a little further down the road. Some people stopped the cab and got in with her and threatened her with pistols and told the driver to go. They took her to someplace and tied her up and would only give her little food and water. Then later they shifted her to a place they tied her with chains and left her there on her own. Once a day they would give her some food and water and would leave her there to die on her own. One day she became unconscious and they must have left her on our grounds. But she could not say why she was kidnapped. She said her husband might have got her kidnapped. They did not ask her anything and did not tell her anything. Just kept her locked up and gave food once a day only. She had to use the same room for even her toilet purposes. They have a small place in the corner with a water tap. Telling this she shuddered from remembering her ordeal. Her husband is in jail and even if he got her kidnapped there is nothing we can do. Now we found Joy and eliminated her as the culprit of my death. We decided to look into the developers. We called a meeting in the conference room and I came directly to the point with them. I said from our server software for prediction analysis is missing. And it is also missing from my laptop. If anyone took a backup of the server and had a copy of the software, please tell me. I would reward the person handsomely. They said they will look for the software and would let me know when they found it, and they went away. I said to Sunitha we have to wait and see. I looked her over. She must be around 30 now. But when compared with my Sunitha she would look elder by just 5 years only. That must be because of her working as an air hostess. She must have maintained herself. Maybe after leaving that job she might not have been looking after herself. But still that thing in her, which I can't name it, was as I saw and went behind her then in the college days. It must be her personality or character. Even after knowing my indiscretions, she has forgiven me. She looked up and asked what happened. I am thinking about my Sunitha. What difference did you find between us? I said you worked in airlines and she is still not working. Maybe trying to join as an air hostess. I never spoke to her about what she is doing. Sunitha asked what do you do when you meet? We have lots of fun. She asked Hui. I said I, Sunitha, and Anjali. We spend every weekend doing something. I have a half day on Saturday. Anjali has a full day. Then Sunitha is free. So, I get home and then Sunitha comes over, we prepare something for the night and Anjali comes over in the evening. Then we have a party and spend the night. If we have holidays on Saturday or Monday, then we go on a trip somewhere. She said so, you are enjoying life. I said I am taking life as it brings. We got up and went to my room and she closed the room and locked it and came and sat beside me on the sofa. We had a go and she went back to her room. I thought about what I had done in my college days and am I going back to those days? Those days I have done for money, now for enjoyment. Over that these ladies are what I would call my known people. Who I had relations with. Then they are falling in head over heels about me. Among all of them, I like Sunitha very much. Then I would say Loveleen. She is beautiful but I get a little scared with her attitude. I can't be with her like I was with Sunitha. Sahithi as she is his wife. I have to show some consideration that she should not feel I am not really her husband Kumar. Nandini I have met briefly until I read about her in Kumar's book. I don't know much about her and after coming back to Bombay I had not a chance to have any interactions with her and she is over 7 months pregnant. Here only Sunitha knows my real story and she could understand me. I don't want others to know my previous history or my previous life. I don't know how they would take that. Even my Sahithi I have not told her anything. Only because my Sunitha went and told them about my history they not only cancelled my marriage but took her away. Where they could have gone. I don't think they could go away aboard on such short notice, only if they have someone there like a son or daughter. I know they don't have a son and Sahithi's sister stays in Bombay, but I don't know where she stays. Can I know from this Sahithi's sister where they live and go and find them in my timeline? But what I understand is that both the sisters got a flat each. Then Sahithi's sister would be living in the flat her grandmother gave then and it would be different in my timeline. The only way is asking Uday where Sahithi's sister stays. Why I did not think to check with him all this time. Maybe I don't want to find her. Note: to know this Kumar's previous history before coming here please refer Three Idiots and an Innocent Man by the same author. Sunitha. Kumar only confides with me. I don't think he would have told his story to anyone else. Who would tell others he worked as a gigolo? That he told me because I caught him and made me tell him. But who would do such a thing at such a young age? He said he was just 17 then and got carried away. They must have got him addicted to those things. It is great he could get out of that life. Maybe going to Bombay has helped him or meeting that Sunitha. Did she have such an impression on him? He would leave all the addictions and could get away from such a life. Now our next agenda is to find who killed Kumar. What he is used to tell, the elimination process. I should sit with Kumar and use that to find who could have killed him. What is the time? It is 12 noon. Still, the time before lunch and I went over to his room. I knocked and opened the door. He looked up from the papers he is reading. He must have got the rest of the story printed after the copy I printed. I asked him how do you know the password? He said what password he would put for this story and mouthed I love you Sunitha. I said you guessed correct. I want to use the elimination process to find his murderer. We will start with Joy. He said from her condition we will keep her aside and will come to her last. I said next Sahithi. He asked what she would gain by killing him, or what could have forced her. She would have to kill him. I said then Loveleen. She does not have anything to gain only to lose. Then Mahira. She has only gained from him and nothing to lose if he is alive. If he had threatened to remove her from her position, then we can consider her name. Then Nishitha, Pauline and Nandini. There is no reason to doubt their integrity. Is there anyone else who has any kind of anger on him to take revenge on him? He looked at the book and said there could be one person who would be angry with him. I asked who is that? He said, Dolly. I said she is in jail with her boss. He said being in jail ever prevented those people from operating from the jail. But how to know it is who did it? He said the only way is to go in front of her and see her reaction. I said the way you wanted to find out if Sneha's parents had something to do with her death. He said exactly. I said for that we have to find which jail she is kept in and what were charges filed against her. But what does it have to do with Joy? Why they could have kidnapped Joy? To divert the suspicion from them. That could be the only reason. Kumar. Sunitha is trying to use the technique Kumar used to find Sneha's killer, which is eliminating suspects. We eliminated whoever was close to me or who is living under the roof. No one seemed to have any reason to kill me then an idea struck me from the book in front of me. It was the scene where Kumar and Nandini go to Mr. Naidu's office without an appointment. Where he lays his eyes on Dolly. Yes, Dolly could be a suspect. Why we have read a lot of stories where ganglands running their empires from the jail cells. Why she can't do the same. Her boss always stayed in the background. She was the main person who their gang members knew. Even if the boss comes in front of them, they would think who is this fellow and move around him without noticing him. His word would mean nothing to them. It is not the case with Dolly. She seemed the mastermind behind the criminal activities performed by the gang. Every one of the gang members knew her and follows her orders. They know the punishment for not following her orders to the T. She is a very strict lady boss. I would call her that. When Sunitha asked me, who could it be, I blurted out Dolly. She agreed with me but she said how can we be sure that she is the one? I said the only way is to go in front of her. She said like we informed Sneha's parents to see their reactions. I said yes, the same way. We need to see her reaction. If she is the one who got me killed, she would seethe with rage and would curse her gang members for not finishing the work. But I still feel she must have someone in the house to carry out her scheme. Sunitha said first let us find out if it is her scheme or not, then we can search for the accomplice. First, we have to find her, which jail she is kept. The best way to find is to call Mr. Naidu. Now with newfound clout, he can help us find the details. I pulled the phone to my front. She asked, "Are you making a call?" I said yes, to Mr. Naidu. She nodded her head. I picked up the receiver and looked for the diary, his number, and called. His PA lifted the receiver. I was told we had a good chat about Dimple with him. I said, "I am Kumar from Bombay." He said, "Tell me, Mr. Kumar, what can I do?" I said, "You remember Dimple?" He said, "How can I forget her?" I said, "Now I want to know which jail she is kept in." He asked why. I said, "I have a little doubt she might be responsible for my death." He must have taken a deep breath. "I heard you were dead from a heart attack. Now you have risen from dead. How is it possible?" I said, "I will tell you all that when I meet you. Check with the police department and get me the details. But don't let her know about my return. That is very important." He said, "Okay, I will do that and call you back. Bye," and he cut the call. I said, "We have to wait for the call. Let us go and sit in the hall." We went and the kids were watching the TV. I asked them, "Don't you have school?" Atul replied, "We have a holiday today." I asked him, "What are you watching?" He said, "WWF." I asked, "What it is it?" He said, "World Wrestling Federation." "So, what is going on?" I asked. He said, "WrestleMania and Undertaker is going to fight Stone Cold Steve Austin." I remember seeing the Undertaker matches when the TV turned color. Then a lot of new channels were introduced and they were running some programs continuously. One of the programs were Undertaker's matches. How he used to get up when he is down is the main attraction of those matches. I used to sit at the window to watch Sunitha's room and watch those matches on the TV. There was a match going on the TV and the fighter receives a head injury and blood gushes out of the injury. Then as soon as it started it stopped flowing. I said, "So fast, blood clotting." Sunitha said, "I have read somewhere that they use medicines to thicken the blood. It is opposite to blood thinners used on heart patients." Then an idea struck me and I called Rohan, the heart surgeon. He would know about this. He lifted the phone and said, "Hello." I said, "Hello, Kumar here." He said, "Hello Kumar. How are you doing? Are you having any problems after coming back?" I said, "I am fine and I wanted to know about blood thickening medicines. I just saw the TV some wrestling match and Sunitha says they use blood thickening agents to stop blood from injuries. She was telling it is opposite to blood thinners used on heart patients." He said, "What she says is correct. We use blood thinners on heart patients who are waiting to be sent to heart surgery and after surgery too." I asked, "So what is the effect of using those blood thickening medicines on the heart patients or those heavy smokers? They will have problems with heart functioning and they may get heart attack also." I asked, "Will it be known in post-mortem?" He said, "If they think it might be the reason then they may check." I said, "So, normally they may not check." He said, "I think so." I asked how Nandini is doing. When she is expected. He said another month. I said, "Let me know in advance, I would like to be there by her side." He said, "Okay." I cut the call and cradled the receiver. I said to Sunitha, "Using blood thickeners may cause heart patients to have heart attacks." She said, "There is a chance of that being used on you. Let us wait and see if we can get where Dolly is kept." I received a call from PA regarding where Dolly is kept. He said she is in Shirlapalli jail in Hyderabad. I told him to get us permission to visit. I told Sunitha about the information. She said she will book the tickets to Hyderabad. She came back, there is a late-night flight to Hyderabad. We landed in Hyderabad and took a room at the hotel near the airport where we stayed last time with Nandini. We spent the night in the room and morning I called PA and he said to go to the jail, they will let us go to see her. We readied and went to the jail. When we told our names, they took us to the block where Dolly is kept. When Dolly saw me, she said, "I heard you came from dead. But you are looking like when you came to our party, before going to Nashik. How you managed to do that?" I said, "I created a clone of me and put it on ice." She asked, "What do you mean?" I said, "He sent me back to see you rot in jail." "Why did you do it?" She said, "I thought if I kidnap Joy, your software business will shut down, but you came back." I said, "What are you talking?" She asked, "Did you not ask me why did I kidnap Joy?" I said, "It was you who kidnapped Joy." She said, "Did she die in that hellhole I made for her?" I said, "No, she was sent to our home packed." Now she is in hospital, recovering. Dolly said, these idiots. I told them to send her back only after her death. I asked, so when did you know I came back? She said, recently when you went to Vijayawada and returned. My people saw you at the airport with your kids. I said you kept your people at the airport to see who comes and who goes. She asked, but how did you come back? I said, you may not have seen the movie, where Yama asks to choose from other 7 people like me. He chose this body and sent me down to see your gang's end. But I did not understand why you had to get me killed. She asked, why would I kill you and who killed you? I don't have any idea. If you had been a witness or something like that, I would have got you killed. Even Kurat, as he might be witness, I might have tried to. But why would I kill you? I looked at Sunitha, who is listening to all this. She said, if she is saying she did not kill you, we might have to believe her. Otherwise, she would be boasting about killing you. I said, you are right. To Dolly, thanks for not killing me. Dolly said, tell me, how did you come back from being dead? I said, I told you I had made clones of me and iced them. I have 6 more clones, which I can bring back if anyone kills me. We returned to the hotel and Sunitha asked, did you really have clones of you on the ice? I said, I just told that to tease her. She would not dare to think of killing me. I know of another 2 Kumars in this world. She exclaimed, you know 2 more Kumars. I said, I stand corrected, Kumars of. I know of 2 more Kumars of. Who are they? She asked. I said, one is Pujari, who has saved my Sahiti from being pregnant and is labor and sent her back. Another is Leena's father. From Kumar's writings, he tried to understand who he is and about his family. Finally decided they are from an alternate universe or dimension. Sunitha said, we discussed those matters and we studied those books too. So, you know about Pujari and this Kumar, and you read from his book about Leena's father. But from your experience, you think they are not the alternate universe or dimension, but these are timelines. What is the difference between them? I said, alternate universes or dimensions have to be existing and be separate from one another. But timelines are of the same origin and they split from some point in time. From what I understand from all these stories is the common point of the split is from the time of completion of junior college and Sneha sent away from her home. From the story of this Kumar, he joins a college in Hyderabad and elopes with Sneha after 1 year. In Pujari's story, he joins a college in Vijayawada like me, and then he meets Sneha when she comes home when her mother injured in an accident, and then with the help of Namisha goes to a village and becomes Pujari. From what I understand about Leena's father, he is staying with his parents when Leena goes missing. This Kumar also had some kind of premonition about her details. Now my story and Pujari's story had Namisha as a common person, as we both studied in Vijayawada. She helps him escape with Sneha, and my Namisha does different things. So, in my knowledge, I have 4 Kumars including me, and what we have in common is Sneha in our junior college and her subsequently being sent away by her parents. So, what do you think about these events? One thing none of them encountered is Bob, who has sent me here. From all this, I feel they are not dimensions but timelines being manipulated by intelligent beings. They have split the time to see what are the effects on people, especially the people around me. Because they are manipulating people's life. Leena is sent here to save her from kidnappers. My daughter Leena was born in the house of Pujari because my Sahiti was worried that how her family would react if she told them about her being pregnant. Now those people who were watching her must be knowing her parents' reactions, so to divert the story they have sent her to Pujari in the future where he enters Bombay, and after she gives birth, they send her back to her house. Now you should have seen the Sahiti when I first met her and the Sahiti I met later on. In a few months, I saw the sea of difference in her. First, I thought about what happened. Later she told me her story and I had believed her, and this has been confirmed by Raj. He said one day she was normal and the next day she looked like a mother of a child. Sunitha asked what her parents said about her looks. I said she covered it by telling them she had eaten something, which must have given a reaction. They had to believe her as she just missed a few hours for those 7 to 8 months of time. Who would do that kind of manipulation? You might say, God. I might say someone is doing scientific experiments. They are studying how time can be manipulated. Now, this is just a simple study. They might have some other ideas for the future. Maybe how to start a war or to stop a war, things like that. Sunitha asked, who is this Raj? You also mentioned to Krishna. I have not heard about him before. I said he is Krishna's friend, and this Kumar brought the puppies from his sister's husband. He is the one who provided Sahiti with the room, and Sahiti became pregnant from the time we had in that room. Sunitha said Sahi is kind of catalyst in your romance. I said you can say that. He could be put in there by the people who are manipulating the timelines. Now look at this Pujari Kumar does not know about any Sahiti in his timeline. When he went to their house they went abroad. If they had been there, two Sahitis would have met and it could create a phenomenon known as a paradox. So, they skipped them from the scene. Or she was sent to him in 1984 from 1982, knowing that Sahiti would not be there. So, they can manipulate time also. My daughter Lena was sent to me as 8 years old. That too after just 1.5 years. I did not understand their play in all this. They might want to see my reaction when she is sent when I was with my Sunitha. It seems they want to know how I would manage the scene. You are there with me and a girl comes in front of me and calls me dad and asks where is my dhoti and why am I wearing trousers. Think about the scene. Sunitha could not stop her laughter and says I would think she is your daughter at first. Then seeing her age I would think she made a mistake recognizing you or she might be the daughter of someone elder to you. I said that must be the reason they gave her back at that age. They may not want to spoil our relations because of her and they know that Sahiti would not be in my life much longer. Or they would have seen us getting split over her or it could be that she would not recognize us if she was any younger. Then they have to find another way to bring us together. Also, they are sure Sahiti would not raise her. She was just visiting her and not being a mother to her. So, they have all the permutations and combinations and did it this way. Sunitha said when you tell me all this it is becoming more and more confusing. I said forget about the timelines, come here and give me a kiss. All these talks about Sunitha and Sahiti is giving me a hard on. She came and stood before me and I kissed her on the breasts over her dress. Having completed our coupling and rolled over her and said I always feel you and my Sunitha are one and same. How is it possible? I can't make a difference. Maybe I am being with you for all this time. Sunitha said I find a lot of difference between you and him. Recently it has been hurried coupling with him. He would rush away because he was scared about Sahiti would be knocking on the door. Then you don't care about Sahiti, because you are not married to Sahiti. If you go back to your timeline, I would miss you. I said I can't take you with me there, because I have another Sunitha there and I won't miss you. Let us go to our flat. We took our luggage and went to reception and informed them that we are checking out. They prepared the bill and we paid the balance amount and took a cab and reached the flat. We left the luggage at the flat and went over to the hospital. We went to Nandini's cabin first. She got up from the chair and looked me over and gave me a hug. She said I still could not understand how you could come back. I thought it won't be a problem if I tell her the truth. I said I was sent by someone from my timeline to set things right in the businesses here. Or was it to find the reason for my death? For some purpose they send me here. What they told me is that I had to set the businesses right, which I have done by appointing Loveleen as the business head. She will head all the businesses and she should interfere if there are any issues between the businesses. One thing I could not understand is my meeting you in 1987. Because Kumar can't remember coming to meet you. Is it someone else coming to meet you or do you have some kind of memories from other timelines? Because I have not reached that year, I could not understand anything. Maybe I will meet you in the future. She asked did you really came from our past? I said I would say I was brought to your present from my present of 1986. It is all confusing but I am getting some kind of understanding of how they are working. From my understanding now, I have come across 4 Kumars including me. I have only met Sneha, Sahiti and Sunitha. Whereas Sneha does not seems to be in others' life except Pujari Kumar. In this timeline she is dead. In my timeline, she must be at her grandparents' place or married off. And I don't know anything about the Kumars Sneha whose Lena has lived here. Lena did not recognize her from the photos. But one thing I feel Sneha was somehow present in our life in the intermediate college. From that, I deduced our timelines are separated to make each one's life a little different. Other than that, I could not find much about the other Kumars. There were some manipulations with people, like Lena and my Sahithi. Nandini said, "Come, let us go to lunch." We went to a nearby restaurant for lunch. We came back to the hospital after lunch. I touched Nandini's stomach and asked how many months. She said 36 weeks. In another month the baby would come. I felt a movement from the baby, felt a feeling of belonging. I looked at Nandini and asked, "Is it?" She nodded her head. I asked how. She said he had given me word that he would give me a baby. I made him fulfill his promise. I read about her asking him to promise to give her a child. He did not write. She asked him to fulfill the promise. Maybe he did not want the world to know about Nandini's baby. I asked her boy or girl. She said it is a boy. I told her we will go to our offices and see how the work is going on. She said she will come and see us in the evening. Maybe we can have sit-in. I said you can't drink. She said I can sit with you and spend some time. Pratap is out of the city and Rohan also wants to sit and speak about your experiences. I said okay, if not in the office, we will be at the flat. We said bye to Nandini and walked to our offices. I took a meeting with the developers and Sunitha is meeting with Loveline's firm's salesman. I reviewed the progress of the development going on and thought, why did he shift the main development from Bombay to Hyderabad? He must have thought Hyderabad would be a good business center in the future, or it would be better than Bombay due to cost reasons. If it's cost reason, he would not have brought space in Cyber Towers. I have to go and check the status of offices there. This is the first time I have come to the Cyber Towers. There is full security and a person from our offices had to come and clear us to take to our offices. The tower is itself an imposing structure. I am told being in the Cyber Towers we got 50% orders. That could be the reason. This Kumar must have brought the offices here. He has great foresight. Our people have done a great job of decoration. Sunitha informed me that Sahithi looked after the decoration herself. Sahithi has come a long way from being a steno to interior decoration firm's manager. She must be good at getting people to work. We went and sat in my cabin. I told the manager to call for a meeting in the conference room. He went away to organize the meeting. When the meeting is organized, I spoke to them. You must have known my return from dead. I have only one reason to come back. That is, there are problems in the organization level in our companies. There is coordination lacking between companies and departments. One of the developers says I am not getting enough respect from others. Another says we are getting complaints from the clients about the software not properly debugged and released. One director complained the salesmen are not selling hardware when selling software. Another director says we are not getting leads from the salesmen. Why I am telling you this is that after my going away there is a complacent set in the company. People are either taking it easy or might be thinking about what we will get if we work or not. I want to know what happened with you all. Why are you chosen to work in this company? Because you are the best in the industry. Now I am back and I am not the previous Kumar, you might have seen. I going to monitor each and everyone's performance. I am not going to tolerate complacency anymore. You will get just one chance to pull up your socks and come up with brilliant software, not just ordinary software. Now Joy is back from being kidnapped. She is recuperating. When she is ready to come back to the office, I will send her here and she will look over all the development. Now Loveline Madam is appointed as the head of business, means you will get someone as the MD for your company. Let us hope he or she is not as soft as the previous me or not hard as the present me. You can go back to your seats. I looked at Sunitha and asked, how is my speech to the developers? You were not subtle as you used to be. You were direct to the point. Now get this speech transcribed and send it to all the branches. I think it is better to transfer developers from the office over here. I did not understand why you had to keep some developers there. Let everyone work from here. That space you can use for other business activities. Also, shift hardware division to here. We have all this office space. Use it for maximum effect. Let them work their interior design firm there. Take initiative and do the things. Initiative is missing from the people after I left. Sunitha, I am going to you put as operations head, director. You are going to be in charge of operations of whole business unit. You will be responsible for all the companies. These people need someone to look up to. They should be reminded to think someone is always looking at them. This is the only way to make them work. Sunitha asked why the sudden change of tactics. I said I have read what Kumar wrote about running these companies. He always gave people autonomy. Until he is there, people followed him. Now after he left, they can't work thinking there is no one looking at them working. It is like this: if you believe in God, you would be thinking, if do this pop, God will punish me. So, avoid that. Then if you realize there is no God, no one will punish you, then what will you do? What is pop or punya? There is no one is keeping a track of them. Then why to do any punya? What will we lose if we do pop? This kind of attitude is sinking into these people. The only way is to show them someone is looking at them working. If one person shows his progress in the company, he will rise, else he will be demoted, and if he does not show any promise, then he will be thrown out. That fear should be there in the workers. I called up Pauline and said to send this communique to the board of directors. From this moment on, Sunitha is appointed as operations head. Director will look at the operations of all the companies under us. She will only report to the board of directors. I said, see, I put you as a separate head equivalent to Loveleen. So, all the employees will report to you through their managers. So, now Loveleen will look after the department heads and intercompany matters. You will be looking after the employees. You have to take tough decisions on all the matters. Hope you can come up to that. After the board approval, we will send this to all the branches and offices. We were back in the flat. In the evening, Nandini came over to us. I told her I had appointed Sunitha as an operations head. She asked what is the sudden change of mind. I said these people were without proper management. No one is interested in work. They need someone to put pressure on the managers, and then they will put pressure on their subordinates. I thought this is the only solution to the company's problems. She asked what about Loveleen. I said Loveleen is head of the business. She will look after all the company heads and try to resolve inter-business problems. Sunitha will look after the business managers and will follow up with them to see how the businesses are running. Sunitha asked, but it was not the way Kumar had organized the companies. I replied that is the reason I had to come, to set the things right with these companies. It seems his setup has failed a little. I would not say failed totally. I am trying to remove bottlenecks in the management. Next, I will promote Sahithi to Loveleen's firm MD. Now Loveleen is looking after the total business. Someone need to be head of her companies. Some kind of reorganization should help the companies. I called Pauline and asked to put another proposition to the board, that to promote Sahithi to MD of Loveleen's interior decorations firm. She deserves the promotion. Sunitha asked, aren't you going a little too fast? I said I am moving very slow as per my estimates. Until I complete my work here, I can't go back to my time. She asked what's so urgency to go back. I said I have to look after my future. I wanted to start some business. With this experience I can start my own business. Sunitha said, don't you think you lack the experience of this Kumar? He had to learn a lot by hit and miss. Now you are only hitting, you not missing, because this business is vast and it can take some hitting. If you go on like this, you will start to get back some resistance. Now I understood this is jealousy talking. What did he write in his last day about keeping her close? He wanted to keep her close. He was not thinking about offering any positions. Now I had put her as operations head of whole business group. Now she will be head over Loveleen's company also, and automatically she would be boss to Sahithi, and still she is jealous of Sahithi. What Sahithi has and Sunitha is missing? Only marriage. Shall I marry her? She is my sweetheart and I wanted to marry my Sunitha in the near future. According to me, I am not yet married. Why shouldn't I marry Sunitha and give her the status or mind peace or whatever she is missing? I looked into her eyes, and kept staring into them. She did not flinch. I said, let us get married. Then she flinched and shook her head. I asked, you don't want to marry me? She said, it is not that. I am thinking, did I hear correctly or not? I said, you heard correctly. I asked, shall we get married? She said, I have been waiting for these words from you for all these years. Now you are asking me. I asked, did he never propose to you? She said he must be thinking he is already married twice and how he could he be asking that. Or he might have thought I would not be interested in marriage. Whatever could be the reason, he never once asked me about marriage. I thought asking her about marriage would keep her off the jealousy she would be feeling towards the Sahithi. I am trying to elevate Sahithi, but I have given Sunitha better position than Sahithi. This should keep both the ladies happy. Did I come here to keep ladies happy or to set right the company? I feel while setting the company right, what is wrong in keeping the ladies happy? There are only 3 ladies I had to keep happy here: Loveleen, Sunitha and Sahithi, in that order. So, in the same order, I have given them positions. Nandini is not my concern now, she never was. I don't think he never loved her. He was always cautious with her. He felt she would always give him heartbreak and kept her away. One thing I could not understand about her with him was about him coming to her house in 1987. I got up and said, let us go to Sunitha. She said, where shall we go? I said, let us go to the flat. Sunitha. I thought Kumar is elevating Sahithi. Then he asked me, shall we marry? Then it struck me he is keeping me above Sahithi. By elevating Sahithi, he is bringing her under me directly. At first, I did not understand his thinking. I even accused him of going too fast in taking decisions. But thinking over his decisions first, he moved Loveleen to business head of the companies. She will be looking over all the companies. What her responsibilities? She has to attend to the intercompany complaints. It is like she is a figurehead to be approached when they can't decide who is correct. I think it would be good for them. They should fix the problems among them rather than approach her. Then he put me as operations head for all the companies. Now that is real power. I will be overlooking all the company's operations. Instead of Loveleen, he gave me this position. I can question the working of any company or manager or staff. He must have thought if he did not elevate Sahithi, she might get jealous, and he made her the MD of Loveleen's firm. Without the tag of MD, it is the work she is doing, so it won't make any difference to her, but instead of Loveleen, she will be reporting to me. Overall, if I see what he had done, I will be the real winner in this shakeup. We reached the flat and he said we will have lunch then see what else we had lined up. I told him I have an urgent matter to discuss and took him to the bedroom and locked the room. He must have understood from the locking of the room. He removed his coat and threw it aside. Then he removed the shirt and stood before me with a bare chest. He must be working out. His body is better than Kumar's. Over that this Kumar had a technique which he must have improved during the past few years. I went and hugged him and kissed him. He kissed back. There is passion in his kiss. He must be thinking of his Sunitha. She must be younger than me by at least by 14 years. How she must be looking before me. I hope I am better than her, otherwise, he would not come near me. Over that she has not started to work as an air hostess, which means she is just beautiful, and tried to think how I would have looked after my degree. He told me she studied at Vijayawada, which means she would be ordinary beauty. I have to ask him once more how I am different from her, but this is not the time for all those talks. I looked at Kumar. He was already removing my dress and he removed it from above my head. I was clad in bra and undies. He removed the clip from behind and he removed the bra and pulled down the panties. I stood before him naked and he started to kiss my breasts, and he made me sit on the bed and he sat between my legs and started licking my pussy. I arched back with pleasure and a moan escaped from me. He must have been encouraged by my moaning. He got up and removed his pants and underwear and turned me on my stomach and entered me from behind. I was moved with pleasure and started to orgasm. His power and technique can be seen by the way he handled me. He caught my breasts and moved rhythmically from behind. I don't know how many times I had reached the orgasm. Spent, he released me and sat on the bed. I went and kissed him and took my dress and started to wear them. He looked at me wearing the dress with the keenness of an appraiser. I asked him, what do you see the difference between me and your Sunitha? He thought for a minute and said, she is yet to develop her boobs and you are full-breasted. She is 1 year younger than me. She would orgasm faster than you, but she could perform longer than you. Normally we have a threesome, so it is difficult to see who is performing better of the two. They would try to outperform each other. It is like a competition for them. Then on Sunday, we have a bath together. That is another experience. I think you don't get to have a bath together, am I correct? I said once or twice when we were at the flat. But always we had hurried sex. Either because we meet after 1 or 2 weeks and then after shifting it was just not much time for us. Now I feel relieved of the stress of Sahithi finding us out. It was not like this before. I would be in Bombay and he would be going to other branches. He wrote on the last day that he wants to keep me close. Could it be he wants to take me on tour with him? Kumar said could be. We can't understand the person's last words, which he could not put it into action. He could have meant many number of things. He could have just told Joy, something to say to please you. He got up and wore his dress and said let us go and have lunch, I am starving. We went to the kitchen and the dishes were placed on the table and we served ourselves and started to eat. Completing our lunch, we went down to the office. Kumar. We went to the office and inquired about the developers working from this office. I asked who is their supervisor. They said they don't have a supervisor there and they work on support for the applications running with the clients. I said you are transferred to the cyber towers from now on. Go and report to the manager there. They said they will pack and from tomorrow they will report there. I told the manager for Loveline's firm, now they can use the total premises for themselves. Also introduced Sunitha and she would be the manager's supervisor from now on. She is operations head for all the companies and all the managers would be working under her. So, have her a cabin for her here. I said let us go and meet Nandini. We went by walk to the hospital and went to her cabin. She was not there and we waited for her to return. There is a knock on the cabin door and the door opening sounded and I turned my head and looked who is at the door. It is Pratap standing there. When he saw me his reaction was looking at a ghost. He may not have known I had returned and he took the mobile from his pocket and started to make a call while walking. I looked at Sunitha. She understood and went behind him. She came back after 5 minutes and said he is talking to someone about how he came back from dead. Any normal person would ask how you are here or how come you are back from dead or something like that. Why is he calling someone and asking how he is back from dead? Let us wait and see, if he is calling Nandini. Nandini came to the cabin after 10 minutes. She came in asked how long were you waiting? I said around 15 minutes. Your husband came 10 minutes back. Did he call you? She asked Pratap came here. No he did not call me. I looked at Sunitha. Sunitha got up and asked Nandini do you know where he could be? Nandini said some relative of his is at the hospital, he must be there with them. Sunitha asked which ward. Nandini said paying ward P02. Sunitha went away. Nandini asked what it is this. I said let us wait for Sunitha to come back to understand the situation. I changed the subject and asked her how the hospital is running and what her father is working on. We chatted and I waited for Sunitha to return. Nandini ordered tea for us and we had and she got a call from maintenance and she said she will be back and went away. I waited in the cabin and Nandini returned from whatever she went for. She started to work on the system. I kept looking at her and thinking what is her relation to Kumar. After almost an hour after she went away, Sunitha returned and told me come with her. I got up and went with her and we went over to the flat. She went and sat on the sofa and I went and sat beside her. I looked at her expecting she will say something. It seems she is in shock from the information she got. I put my hand around her shoulder and pulled her towards me and hugged her. She stayed like that for a long time. I waited for her to come out of the shock. I removed my hand from her shoulders and went over to the kitchen to make tea. I put the tea on the stove and the servant came and said she will prepare it and bring it. I came back to the hall. Sunitha's eyes were filled with tears. I asked what happened. She said Pratap thought the kid Nandini is carrying is Kumar's and got him killed. I did not say anything. She said Kumar did not write anywhere the kid is his. Then how he could suspect such a thing? I said he must be having doubt about their fidelity. Kumar had relations with her previous to her marriage. That is also because she seduced him. He was always trying to keep her away. He had to be with her because he had invested in the software. Then he had given them hardware from the firm on credit. He was looking after his investments. He also wanted her help for the hospital they wanted to build in Bombay. But how he could get the idea that Kumar could be father to her kid? The servant brought 2 cups of tea and put it on the table. I picked one and gave her and picked one myself and started to sip. She was just holding the cup in her hand. I said have the tea and she started sipping it. Completing her tea, she put the cup on the table and sat like a rock. After 6 p.m. Nandini came and asked what happened, you went away like that. I looked at Sunitha if she would reply to her. She did not move and I said Sunitha suspects that Pratap thinks that your kid is Kumar's and got him killed. Sunitha said how he could think like that. He does not have trust in his own wife. We sat there like that for some time. I asked Nandini would you like to have something, perhaps tea. She asked are you having one? I said yes. She said then get me one, please. I got up and went to make tea. I put the tea on the stove and came back and sat down for it to boil. When I thought it would boil enough I went and filtered it and brought 3 cups and placed them on the table. Nandini picked one and I took one and put it in Sunitha's hand and picked one and started to sip. Then Nandini started telling what happened. Pratap told me he would be away for a week and I asked Kumar to fulfill his promise to give me a baby. At first, he was not forthcoming. I had to make him fulfill his promise to me. He reluctantly cooperated with me to have the baby. I had suspected Pratap was impotent when I could not get pregnant after 2 years. He must be knowing that. Instead of 1 week, he had been away for more than a month. Then when I become pregnant he must have suspected the baby was not his and must have checked around whose baby it could be. He must have zeroed on Kumar and he must have gotten in touch with Kumar's enemies and got him killed. Sunitha said now who has helped him? I could not find. Someone must be in the house only. I said Chitty said there was a cook who had come with Loveline's servants, who was using some special salt. After Kumar's death she went away. Nandini said I will see what I can do and went away. I called Pauline and asked about the fixing board meeting. She said it is not fixed yet. I said okay, I might be here for another 2 or 3 days. After 8 p.m. Nandini called and said Pratap had confessed to having a hand in Kumar's death. I switched on speakerphone to let Sunitha hear what she is saying. When Nandini had announced her pregnancy, he had checked her ultrasound reports and calculated her date of getting pregnant. He was aware of her relationship with Kumar previous to their marriage and he put 2 and 2 together and convinced himself that Kumar had not left her alone after their marriage. Now from what he told her that he was under impression Kumar is using some kind of blackmail to have sex with Nandini and he had impregnated her under coercion. So, he wanted to take revenge on Kumar and he had taken help from a person in your house. Sunitha asked who is in our house helped him. Nandini said if you're here the name you would be surprised. I said I won't be surprised. You can tell the name. Nandini said Sahiti had helped Pratap. Sunitha asked why did she help him? What did he tell her? She said he must have told her what he was telling me. Getting me impregnated under coercion. He might have also told her about his other relationships, with Sunitha and Loveline. Sunitha asked but how did Sahiti help him? Nandini said your expectation is correct, he had supplied her with a blood-thickening agent. Both of them were aware of his smoking habit, they would have anticipated he would have some kind of heart problem and they have used that to target him. He is not telling when or where she used the medicine on him. I said she could have used the medicine when he was in the hospital bed, she went to see him after the doctors attended to him. Later he was declared dead from heart attack. Sunitha asked what is her idea. If she don't have Kumar, no one else could have him. Or she might have thought he had gone away from her or lost him forever. I said that could be the reason she was acting so close to me, to see if I am the same Kumar who she killed or not. It seems she must have spoken to him before killing him, must have made him aware why she is killing him. If I had been the same Kumar, I would have known her of intentions. So boldened by my lack of knowledge about her, I acted as if she is my wife, otherwise she would catch me in a lie. I said to Nandini we will speak later and cut the call. I asked Sunitha what was the distribution of shares and assets after Kumar's death. Sunitha replied Sahiti got her share of shares of the company. All Kumar's shares went to the kids. The bungalows are already in the kids' company's name. I said so I don't have anything in my name. She said you are as good as a pauper, now. I said so let us think about what we can do. If I ask Sahiti for divorce, Her part of the shares she would have to share with me under divorce. She can say her husband Kumar is dead and I am not her husband by producing the death certificate, then I am not bound to her. She had option to give either divorce or declare herself I am not her husband. In that event, if I am not going back to my timeline, I would like to marry you. Would you accept my proposal? Sunitha said, I accept your proposal to marry and I am ready to wait whatever time we had to wait. I said then I will ask her to give a divorce and also half of her assets, that includes the part of her house. Then she would go and announce that I am not her husband and her husband is dead. This way we will get her to admit herself I am not married to her and I am not bound to her. Let us go back to Bombay tomorrow. We will call a board meeting after accusing her of killing Kumar and ask for a divorce. She might consult a lawyer and come to the conclusion of declaring her husband dead, so no divorce is needed. Then when she declares we will see about the proposals we put forward to the board. If you reject my proposal to make her MD then everyone will reject, or if Loveleen rejects, is enough to reject the proposal. Even if she is elevated to MD then she will be working under you only. Sunitha. I lay on the bed and thought about what I wanted. After Kumar proposed marriage, if I see the pros and cons, he is young, energetic, maybe he did not have some flaws Kumar has. He is not scared to say and do what he wants. That Kumar would have thought 10 times if he should do this or not. In making business decisions, this Kumar is bolder than him. Just like that he decided to appoint me as operations head and called Pauline to inform others. That Kumar would have spoken to all the others, then he would have put it in a board meeting. It was my dream come true if I can marry this Kumar as he proposed. He is not married and he just have some relationships in his previous life. I should treat him a fresh person sent for me. Maybe after marriage, we may go to Hyderabad to live away from Sahithi. She might go back to her own house. Everything seems favorable to me. What cons can I think about him? If I see his indiscretions in his college days, I was not aware of then if he did not tell them himself. He was a changed man after meeting his Sunitha. That means he ready to do anything for that Sunitha, and if he had to stay back he would treat me as that Sunitha. Indirectly he said I am better than her. What else do I need? Kumar. It is the day of the board meeting. I have already got Sahithi to give it writing through her lawyer that I am not her husband. Even if I take divorce she would not be liable to give me any of her assets as part of the divorce proceedings. That is all we wanted. Now in today's meeting, 2 items were put on the agenda, the first one being to appoint Sunitha as operations head and the second one being Sahithi to be appointed as Loveleen's firm's MD will replace Loveleen, as Loveleen will be looking after the position of business head. Here the main vote required is of Loveleen. It is her own firm and she is the deciding authority. So, we left the decision to Loveleen if she wants Sahithi to look after her firm or she would like to continue as MD. Both the proposals were accepted by the board. Now Sunitha will look after the affairs of the group firms. And Sahithi would have work as MD under Sunitha as the operations head. When the meeting is finished I called for champagne and announced I will be marrying Sunitha as Sahithi gave it in writing, she has no relation with me. We said we will wait for some time to see if I will not send back. Epilogue. After few days of the board meeting Sunitha and Kumar got engaged officially. Sahithi went back to her own house to live. Kumar put the children in a school in Hyderabad where Dhruv was studying. Slowly with the help of Mahira, he put both the office and house they were living for sale. One foreign company wants to set up their offices in India had lapped up the office and were ready to purchase the other 3 properties. Loveleen shifted to Hyderabad and stayed at the bungalow beside Nandini. Nandini told her father about Pratap's hand in getting Kumar killed, even though they don't have any proof to take official actions. She asked her father to get her a divorce from Pratap. Sunitha and Kumar waited for another 6 months and he was not sent back to his timeline. They got married in Hyderabad and stayed there in the flat. Atul and Reena stayed with Loveleen and Dhruv as their school is nearby. Nandini had a baby boy and she named him Vivek Kumar. Now Reena has 3 brothers. Slowly they sold off the bungalows in Bombay, put the money in kids' company and started other businesses than computer hardware supply. Note. To understand what happened further please refer 3 Idiots with an Innocent Man, the final chapter by Ravikiran. which should clear all the questions raised in these series of books. 3 Idiots with Kumar. The end. References. Unlucky in Love by R. Kumar. Lucky in Love and Unlucky in Life by R. Kumar. 3 Idiots and a Wise Man by Ravikiran. 3 Idiots with a Foolish Man by Ravikiran. 3 Idiots with an Innocent Man by Ravikiran.